So thank you everybody for your commitment of time, and for many of you who have traveled some distances to be part of this conversation. We are very grateful. My name is Lindsay Capps. I'm the Acting Chief Education Officer and Education Policy Advisor to Governor Kate Brown. I want to thank Representative Wisnett for his leadership, along with Representative Gallegos, to tee up this conversation in the legislative process. And one of the great things about the interim is we have an opportunity to bring convenings like this together, to have dialogue and conversation to address a very important issue for students in this state. So thank you to you for your leadership and collaboration. As the Chief Education Office, we are here today as a convener. We're happy to be joined by the Oregon Department of Education, the Youth Development Division, and their director, Iris Bell, among many of you who play different and important leadership roles across the state. I want to be really clear from the beginning, we are not the agency of record on poverty. There are many hands and many years of work that a lot of you have done on this issue, and our job is to bring that wisdom into this room to inform this work. And we recognize that as we think about the charge of this work group, which Peter will talk more about here in a second, that this work really crosses sectors and communities and state agencies. To the extent that we, as a P20 or Cradle to Career coordinating agency, can help leverage solutions and coordination across the many state agencies that work on this issue, we will do that. But I also recognize that there's a great role that each of you play in this work as well. I think if we were to define our purpose, what we're really talking about is increasing achievement and opportunity for every student in Oregon who's navigating poverty. This is very consistent with the charge that the governor has given her education agency directors in our work to close the opportunity gap for each and every child in Oregon. And we have an opportunity here to think very specifically about that work within the context of our K-12 schools and school communities. So I'd like to turn it over to Peter to walk us through a little bit of the charge and agenda. But I do want to state for the record that this is not the only venue for policy and legislation related to poverty, and we should think beyond just policy and legislation as an outcome of this group. There are many partnership opportunities and collaborations and promising practices that are happening across the state that we can leverage through this conversation. It's just great that we're bringing the kind of focus and attention to this. And I'll end by just allowing Representative Wisnett perhaps to make any opening comments you'd like to make before we hand it over to Peter.
Well, thank you very much, Lindsay, for your comments. Anything that comes out of the building legislatively has a lot of people supporting it. There's a lot of people around this table today that helped us move this to where we are today, from the lobby group, from other legislators, and all the state agencies. And I appreciate it being one of the governor's priorities, and appreciate you taking the time and effort to this. It's about helping these students. I think it does have a direct relationship to our graduation rate, that we want these children to learn effective ELL or English as soon as possible. And thank you for giving your time to do this.
Peter?
Welcome everyone. My name is Peter Tromba, and I'm the Policy and Research Director here at the Chief Education Office. And I wanted to start, before we go through the agenda, with having everyone have an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves. Given the size of the group, if everyone takes an extended period of time to do that, that'd be wonderful, but I think it would eat up a ton of time. So I'm going to try to model a short introduction, and we'll just go around the group and hear a little bit about you. So my background is mostly as a K-12 teacher and principal. I've worked in Maryland, California, and the last 20 years in Oregon. I've been a school principal and school administrator in Albany, South Lane School District, and the Eugene School District. And with respect to poverty, one opportunity I see from being able to get a group together like we have here today is to find solutions that are novel, and could really make a difference for the students in Oregon. And what I know is from my experience in situations like this as a principal, when you open up your practice and open up your data, as we're going to hear today, and open up your rules and open up your barriers to a cross-sector group, sometimes ideas drop from that people within the system sometimes can't see because we're in the forest, or we're in the forest, but we're seeing trees. So I know the group is big, and I know it might be a little unwieldy, but our expectation is that we're gonna capture some of that great stuff. So, and I'm just excited about that. And if you want to go next, is that okay?
This is a hard act to follow.
So short intro and one opportunity you hope for from the group.
Short intro. My name is Dunya Minu. I work with Portland Public Schools. I work out of the Office of Equity and Partnerships. I've worked for PPS for 18 years. And if I think about when I say that I work in equity and partnerships is a huge portion of the work that I do, but also it's all grounded in equity in terms of how do we begin to really talk about how we eliminate the racial predictability of the achievement gap, and poverty is directly linked to that. And so the opportunity that I'm hoping for is, one, I see folks around the room that I know, but this is something that in the work that we do within the Sun service system and leveraging our other partnerships, the issues that our families face and the barriers that they face on a daily basis are more than what a school system alone can face and tackle. So we need partners, we need innovative ideas, and we need to better align what we do to be able to serve some of our most vulnerable citizens. So.
Christy Perry, and I'm the superintendent for Salem Kaiser Public Schools. And in our school district, we have about 60% of our students in poverty, and in many of our schools, we have greater than 75% poverty within a good number of our schools. And one of the things that we've been taking a close look at is what are the discrepancies in kindergarten readiness for our kids coming into Salem Kaiser. And depending on the area of town you live in, there's some predictability about kindergarten readiness by what we see in the kindergarten readiness assessment. So there's really a gap even before they come to school. So when we are working hard to hold our schools accountable for third grade reading, we know some schools have a far greater growth trajectory than other schools to get to third grade reading proficiency. So one of my hopes is that we can think about what happens prior to school age for our children as they come into our school system.
I don't have a card. My name is Darren Drill. I'm the superintendent at Cascade School District, which is essentially the very median middle-sized school district in the state of Oregon. Of the 197 school districts, we are about 99th in size. So we're kind of right in the middle of that process for us, and we're here in the Valley, so a rural Valley school district is a difficult task to take. Sometimes we get forgotten, and that's okay. From our perspective, the issue around poverty is generational. While we do not have the racial issues that some of our partners have, we definitely have generational poverty issues that pervade what we try to do, and our numbers continue to climb, which causes us to take a very hard look at how it is we educate kids. That's it for that reason.
Brad Henry with Ben Lapine Schools. My background is mostly in business and operations around school districts and other organizations. Been with Ben Lapine for about 11 years. Before that was with Tiger 12. I guess the opportunity that I would hope for or see is the ability to better understand and share best practices around serving those in poverty in our communities as well as in our school districts across the state.
John Rexford, I'm the superintendent of the High Desert Education Service District located in Central Oregon. This is my 31st year in education, and I came in through an alternate path, but both my parents were teachers. And I think my interest is primarily just thinking about understanding those issues and the way we can support folks navigating poverty in rural areas. In Central and Eastern Oregon, we've got folks way out. So when we think of the size of school districts, even in the mid-Willamette Valley, Darren says, the square miles that we cover with some of ours leave some students way out with some real logistical challenges.
I'm Steve Phillips, superintendent now here at ESD, and I've been superintendent there for 4 years. And I worked in NESA for 7 years before that. Our county's poor, and I just before this meeting started, I was talking to Iris real quick about it, and I think there's a big difference between rural poverty and urban poverty, and I'm here to kind of make sure that's heard.
My name is Iris Chavez. I'm an education advocate at large right now. My work has long been helping support the bridge between community-based service and advocacy organizations and the systems that create and implement policy for students across the country, and for very long, well, for about 4 years now in Oregon in different ways. And I think that one of the things that I'm looking for out of this group is to make sure that we're helping both the systems and the students really address what it is that the students need and how we as a system can provide that, and do that in a way that is both equitable and inclusive of all of the organizations and people that touch on this, and help to provide some historical context for how we got to sitting right here today.
I'm Chuck Bennett. I'm with the Confederation of Oregon School Administrators. I'm their lobbyist. We have found at COSA that in reviewing the QEM, poverty is probably the greatest determinant as to whether a student will graduate or not from high school. In the current seriously underfunded state school fund, there is just not enough money to meet that need, and we'll be real interested in discussing the QEM and its relationship with this. In addition, COSA, as an organization representing school administrators, will be holding, I believe it's a 2-day conference on poverty in, I believe it's January or February. We'll be providing you all with information. We'll have one of the leading national experts on dealing with poverty in the in schools as the primary speaker, and I'll try to make sure you all have information in case you'd like to attend.
Great.
Heidi Seip, Superintendent of the Umatilla School District. We are a rural, highly impoverished student population, and so Umatilla serves one of the poorest student populations in the state of Oregon. About 86% of our kids, K-12, qualify for free and reduced lunch, the majority of them free. We're also majority district, and so my two passion areas are ELL and poverty, because those are my kids. And I'm here today because the potential of our students of poverty is absolutely limitless, but the lack of opportunity really limits their potential. And I am dedicated to changing that, and I think this is a great first step, and I love that our state is addressing both of my passion areas 1-2 punch right now, so thank you for that.
Good morning. My name is Janet Ahrens. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Alliance of Children's Programs. We represent over 100,000 children in Oregon. Nearly 98% of those children come from poverty-struck homes. They have adverse childhood experiences. These are children with high ACE scores, significant trauma in their lives. That creates lots and lots of difficulty in learning and being able to achieve an education. That's very important to us to overturn. We do that with resiliency. They face chronic absenteeism. 53% of these children that we represent are children of color. So we have fairly complex children who need some new solutions and some new opportunities, and we're looking forward to learning as much as we can from the experiences that all of you bring to the table for us.
Hi, I'm Tom Didier. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Progress Association. It's a program that works with both DHS and OYA kids, and we serve about 60 at a time. Have an alternative school that services the kids within our program. Most of the kids that we work with have had severe trauma in their life, and trauma has affected the way they learn, the way they process, and what their skills are. So what I'm real excited about is talking about education with kids who have trauma and how you need to address all their needs, their skill deficits, their psychological, and blending that in with education.
I'm Scott Cooper. I'm the Executive Director for Neighbor Impact in Cripple Buttes and Jefferson counties. We're the community action agency there. We serve about 55,000 people with direct service. About 1 in 4 Central Oregonians come to us for food, energy, Head Start, one of our myriad other programs. I also happen to be a member of the Cook County School Board, so this is a nice intersection of my daily work as well as my evening work. What I think we would hope to get out of this is that we have about, I think, 7, John, school districts in our region. And depending on the school districts that you live in, your experience can be vastly different in terms of the level of support that your school can provide to you in connecting you to services or helping you overcome educational deficits that are poverty related. That doesn't seem really fair that geography should be determinant about what your future is going to be in a system that seeks to serve all kids. So I'm hoping we can have some conversation about how to achieve equity around geography.
I'm Norma Trevin. I work for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians in the 477 Self-Sufficiency Program. I'm here at the table because Sonia invited me. I work primarily with TANF families, and so my families all have youth that are experiencing poverty, and we just started a youth component program, so I'm really hoping to find out how we can better advocate for our students in the school districts.
Jayla, I'm Sonia Moody Jurado. I'm one of 4 education specialists for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. And our tribe is a service-based tribe. We're not just a reservation-based tribe. So we service 11 counties in the state of Oregon where our tribal members receive all the same services that they would in Siletz, which is our headquarters for the tribe. So we service rural and urban areas. And our tribe has a cradle-to-grave philosophy. So I work with youth 3 years old through, we've had tribal members in their 80s get their degrees, so education doesn't stop. So we work with all aspects of education. And I'm here today to try to give a voice and a face to our communities and to build partnerships.
Good morning. My name is Iris Bell, and I'm the Executive Director of the Youth Development Council and the division within the Department of Education. So I didn't have to say that. It's good to see you, Scott. I was looking at some of the work that we did in poverty some years ago, and I came across an article that you co-authored on poverty. So I think that is really relevant to the work. And I was wondering, I said, I wonder if Scott's going to be here. So they knew. So our council has identified a number of areas in which to focus our work. We look at opportunity youth, and that's a term used to describe youth between the ages of 16 and 24 who are neither in school nor working. And in this state, that's about 68,000 young people who are not in school and not working, and that has an incredible impact on all the systems in our state. We also take a look at what we call priority youth, and those youth are from the ages of 6 to 15. Now these are youth who are in school, but have, or at any given point in time, are at risk of not transitioning and not moving on with respect to their education. And so with those two groups of young people, we look across the spectrum at what the kinds of needs and the kinds of supports that they need. They suffer and they have barriers to learning. Obviously that 16 to 24 group does, because they're not working, nor are they in school. So for us, looking at the effects of poverty on educational attainment is a major consideration, and we try to focus our investments in communities around that. So I'm happy to be at the table today.
Good morning, I'm Brian Reeder. I'm the Assistant Superintendent in the Office of Research and Data Analysis at the Department of Education. The goal of the department is really to get all of our students to graduate from high school, because without that, their futures as workers, as productive people, both socially and economically, is really diminished. So our goal in our office is to better understand the influences of different aspects of student characteristics, services offered by schools and districts in order to best educate our kids, and also to understand how to best use resources so that all of our kids have a chance to learn and be successful. Oregon, we all know Oregon is a fabulous place to live, but if if you're living in poverty, your education ends before you get to the point where it helps you effectively participate in the economy, then life here is not as good, despite the fact that it's such a fabulous place. So our goal is to get all kids to be effective and participate in the economy and social life in Oregon.
Hi, I'm TJ Sheehy. I'm the research director with Children First for Oregon. We are a multi-issue statewide child advocacy organization. And every year we put out the county data book, which is a compilation of data on child well-being in every county in the state. Last week we actually released this news report, and we identified some pretty stark differences in levels of economic opportunity between white Portland area kids and everyone else, which everyone, obviously, based on what people are saying, recognizes that and acknowledges that. So I view this the opportunity as how do we create an education system that creates pathways to those opportunities, regardless of race and place.
I'm Rose Rezai. I'm the Director of Strategic Alignment at Friends of the Children. We're a mentoring organization. We enroll children in kindergarten who are living in poverty and have additional traumatic experiences, and we stay with them through high school graduation. Over half of them have a parent who did not complete high school, and 83% of our youth earn a diploma or GED. One of the things that we've seen work for our families is that relationship-based model. They work one-on-one with a professional mentor, and that person can often help them navigate in the school systems and serve as a bridge, and we're interested in seeing how that can be done maybe on a more systemic level.
I'm Lori Wimmer. I've been a lobbyist with the Oregon Education Association for a little over 19 years, and we were actively involved in the creation of the legislation that brought about this work group. And as far as opportunity, I am pleased that we are focusing on on understanding the issues that poverty brings to the table with respect to students' learning barriers, and that if there is calibration of the formula, that it be done in such a way that we maximize our ability to overcome those barriers to learning and help every student achieve.
I'm Tricia Smith. I'm the lobbyist for Oregon School Employees Association, AFT. We represent classified educators in K-12 and educators in Head Start agencies across the state. Our interest is our students and the impact that poverty has on those students, both positive and negative. And our members see children who have great skills, great abilities, that may not necessarily fit with the system we've created to educate them. And we are hopeful that as we deal with this, we will recognize not just the difficulties and barriers that poverty creates, but the opportunities and the skills that it also creates in students, and we use those to maximize their potential.
Good morning, I'm Mary Lee, and I work for Multnomah County. In the category of there are no accidents, I think it's fitting that we are here today as the latest homeless count data has been released, right? And so I hope that brings some kind of meaning and focus to the conversations we're going to have. My greatest hope is that we are able to work in a very intersectional way that looks at a variety of the sectors and the issues that we know impact our children in their educational processes, racial justice, trauma, the impacts of poverty, all of those things I think can come together. And the good news is I think we know what to do about this. So I think the opportunity is for us to be able to take what we know and actually create the plan or the path that will let us utilize that information in a very intersectional way. And on a personal note, I'm the parent of 2 children who are in the public education system here in Oregon, and so it has both personal meaning for me as well.
Good morning, I'm Morgan Allen. I'm a lobbyist for the Oregon School Boards Association. Been there about 5 years, and before that I spent about 4.5 years at the Department of Education, so it's nice to see a lot of my former colleagues. And Mary actually talked about what I was going to mention, which was the homeless student count came out today, and even as Oregon's economy is improving, We now have almost 21,000 children in our K-12 system that qualify as homeless, and that's an 8% increase over last year. So even as our economy's improved and unemployment's gone down, we've seen an 8% increase in the number of students across the state that are experiencing homelessness at some point during their schooling career, and I think that's a very huge concern and a disturbingly large number of kids. So I hope that's something we can talk about, strategies to address for those students as well.
I'm Cindy Hunt. I'm the Government Legal Affairs Manager at the Department of Education. And Brian and Iris stated our mission very well, so I'm not going to repeat their work. But I do see this as an opportunity for us to produce some really solid recommendations to our friends at the legislature and other policymakers, including at the department and at the Chief Education Office. And I'm really encouraged at the diversity of opinions around the table as I was listening to everyone talk about their perspectives, because I think that that will make the recommendations even stronger.
Representative Wisniewski, did you want to say anything else? Or?
Well, I'm just impressed with all the people here and all the things. I talked about ELL in my first comments, but you know, a lot of the ELL students are in poverty, and that's what this bill's about. And I also want to be sure to introduce Vicki Olson. We all have really small staffs. Vicki's been with me some time, and we've worked on this for a couple of years, and appreciate Vicki being here. And look forward to getting some good products. Again, I think we agree with Cindy and Brian of what the objectives are. And this bill was not easy, and I again appreciate all the people that came together so we can bring this group together to find solutions to help all of our children and students in poverty.
Thank you, everyone. I think that was terrifically done by each of you to get your story and your background into the room and some of your hopes. And I took a note on what everyone said. By the way, this is recorded. I've got a couple program notes I want to make sure to note for everyone. We're live on the air, on the phone. There's folks in the audience on the phone. We're also tape recording this. So at some point after, if there's something that you missed or want to go back and listen to or refer to, that'll be up on our website. But I still like to take notes. It sometimes cements things in my memory. And so many of you talked about things which I hope come up as the discussion evolves throughout the day, especially those of you who talked about the assets of the students that we're talking about, because when you look at the paper that we produced, you look at the data on homelessness, it's all too quick for a lot of us to feel despair. And there's a lot of despair merited on this issue, but there's also so many assets and possible areas of potential partnership that we should highlight. And it felt like it came out as people went around. My job now is to really set the stage for our presenters. So what I'm going to do is just talk a little bit about our charge specifically, how we've structured the day and how we've structured the next month and a half before we have to do a report to the legislature. So first off, the charge really comes directly from the legislation.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Will there be introductions for those who are on the phone?
Well, we've got a room full of folks who are not on the work group. So I think if you're on the work group, absolutely, we'd like to do an introduction. But just because of time, we would have to take the rest of this hour to introduce everybody in the audience. So are you a work group member?
Well, this is Mark Jackson, Executive Director for REAP. I am on the work group.
Oh, great, Mark.
On by phone. Just for the record, it's really hard to hear everyone speak. But I am on the phone listening as best as I can. Glad to be a part.
Mark, thank you for joining us. And the presenter's going to be sitting in the seat I'm in right this second. How's my voice sound?
Wonderful.
Okay, so that's a reminder to everybody in the room. And I think anybody who's participated in a phone meeting, you know how awful the audio usually is. It's a struggle to follow the comments. And the person on the phone never wants to keep reminding the group, hey, I can't hear, hey, I can't hear. So just imagine in the back of your mind, Mark and maybe 10 or 12 other people on the phone are saying, hey, I can't hear, hey, I can't hear. And just do your best to enunciate that out. And presenters will be here, so I think that'll be ideal for them to present. With regard to the charge, House Bill 2968 directed us to convene this group, directed Lindsay Capps to convene this group. And our charge specifically is to produce a report by November the 15th of this year that will be delivered to a legislative subcommittee that's involved in education on this topic of the educational attainment for students in poverty or students navigating poverty. we are meant to consider the following 3 areas of data to build that report. And it's right here in the legislation. One is financial resources. And we've got the best in the business from ODE about to speak to you about federal resources, the poverty weight that you've heard about that school districts get, and how that's allocated out to individual districts. We're also supposed to consider local resources. That one's going to be a little bit separate. The ODE is not going to present that. I'm going to make some comments about that, and then we have someone else from an organization called 211.org who's going to talk to us about a lot of the local services that go out to students and families that are not necessarily from the educational sector. And then finally, we need to consider as a committee the other financial barriers associated with increasing student achievement of students in poverty. And I'm going to talk through some of those really in just a couple of minutes. Really, I'm just going to refer to the paper that our staff developed. So many of those barriers came out in the conversation. It seems as if the people at the table are pretty acquainted with them, but we did provide a lot of backing in the literature review on that. There may be others that come up as we go through. The way we envision the day working is that we're going to be listeners in the very beginning as a group to the ODE, to individuals from the field, to some state representatives who's going to collect some information about local data, and probably to other members of the work group who want to speak up. And then we actually have public comment before lunch so that we can have that in the room as well. The ending part of the agenda is a little bit more free form. What Lindsay Capps is going to do is facilitate a discussion of what are some possible concepts that folks see emerging from our discussion. They may rise to the level of a legislative concept, fully baked or partially baked, or they might be half an idea or a third of an idea that folks want to bring into the room to see where it goes with the group. And we're going to be really assiduous about tracking all of what you have to say, so that well in advance of our next meeting, we've tried to fashion an analysis of what was said and a listing of some of the ideas that came up in some way that folks can read that and think about it and compare it. So that by our next meeting, and I'll say something about that in just a second, we're able to talk about whether we have consensus around some of these, whether we don't with others. Are some of these ready for the legislative concept, or do they require more discussion? And the last thing I'd like to say about that work is, you may wonder, well, how do you analyze all of what we just heard and all of what we're likely to hear over the next couple of hours about this topic? Because it's really, really complicated. What our office is committed to, and it's not just me, it's two key researchers in the back, Chrissy Hewitt and Cheng Fei Lai, who are in the back, and also other members of our staff. What we're going to do is we're going to use the best research that's available in the field in terms of understanding poverty and anti-poverty programs. And I'd like just to make a couple of comments about what we've learned so far about that, because I think it's important for you to know. When I was a teacher, I thought it was really, really great for my students to know a best practice. How am I going to get graded? What's your scoring guide, Mr. Tromba? How am I going to get an A, or how am I going to get a pass, or whatever? So I think it's good to let you know kind of what our scoring guide might be as we look at some of these ideas. And a lot of them came up, by the way, as we talked. One part about looking at anti-poverty programs is this idea of place. The way these things show up, the way poverty shows up, the way educational attainment shows up, not just in Oregon, but across the United States and the world, really differs depending on the place that you're talking about. So you can't have a poverty lens without really understanding place. Secondly, you can't really have a poverty lens to examine anti-poverty programs without understanding the effect of race and ethnicity and the intersectionality of race and ethnicity with poverty, again, both in Oregon and across the country. And so we'll provide that kind of thinking as well to the different things that come up. Similarly, there's a lot of discussion in the literature about poverty programs and in schools, what are more successful or what are maybe a little bit less successful. And I'll give you some examples, those of you who know schools really, really well, just to contrast a few things. One anti-poverty program that's common in schools is a food drive. So in a food drive, typically what happens is an individual school or district collects, typically around Thanksgiving or Christmas or something like that, a whole bunch of food that goes out to families. And it's a wonderful thing, but it's not sustainable. And so while it takes a lot of effort and often builds a lot of partnerships and bridges, it's not a self-sustaining program. It doesn't necessarily involve the community affected. Often it's the school-based program and not community-based. And so that's one, if we were to propose more food programs at Thanksgiving, our analysis might show great idea, but doesn't so much hit on the sustainability angle. And there's other elements to programs that are more successful. And I'll just call out that we heard from PPS and then around the horn about cross-sector initiatives and initiatives that involve things other than the school district. Those tend to work better, as you may guess, and they tend to look way different depending on the place where they sit. So a cross-sector initiative that works in one county of Oregon is not necessarily going to work in another. So we simultaneously have to understand, yeah, cross-sector good, but in some places cross-sector real different than in other places. So after all of this information's come into the room and we meet again, what we're very hopeful is that we're going to have that ability to compare and contrast some of these ideas and possibly work towards consensus. So a few other things, and then I'll turn it over to Oregon Department of Education. One is that our next meeting does have a date, and there's a lot of moving pieces in order to get folks to this table. Key folks to this table have to be here. So our date is October the 30th with the time to be announced. It's the only date that's going to work that we can do to have a substantial meeting before November 15th. There may be another date after that before November 15th, but it may be that we're checking in with each other over email. We're just going to have to see about another date before November 15th. Second note I had on here is we're going to have a break at noon. If you need to get up during the presentation, we have restrooms right across the hall over here. But we'd like to get to public comment at our time that was announced, which is 11:45. And if we take a break, getting everybody back together is going to take a long, long time. So just feel free to get up from the table if you need to. And I think those were all my notes. So if you can't think of anything else. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker. Janet. Lunch is at 12. Right, and I'll talk more about that in a couple minutes. Unfortunately, we are only able to provide lunch for work group members, so we'll have enough time for people not on the work group to come get something, but that's just available for work group members. And I'd like to introduce first from the Oregon Department of Education, Janet Bubel, and she's going to be talking about federal funding and Title I.
All the materials are in the books.
Okay. You let them know that all the materials are in the books.
Thanks. Oops, are you going to put it full screen for me?
Yep.
Thank you. So I'm Janet Bubel. I work at the Oregon Department of Education. I work with ESEA federal funds, and Title I funding is one of the things that I spend a lot of my time. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of kind of how Title I funding works. You do have a copy of the PowerPoint in your handouts. I believe it might be behind tab 4. So that's what I'm going to do as soon as we get full screen. But
it's coming.
And I'm presuming that the left one will move me forward.
Yes.
So I'll kind of start since you do have the handout, and I know we're trying to move through time. So Title I is, maybe it's going to work.
Click the right.
Big shout out to Seth Allen for all the help.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
So which button?
Okay, so it's going to be clicking at this, and you're pointing at this computer.
Clicking the right button?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So Title I's purpose was really the U.S. Department of Ed's and Congress's intent is for districts that have high concentration of children in poverty to give them more resources to deal with a high concentration of students in poverty. So they distribute the money based on census So Congress allocates a certain amount of money, it's over $14 billion at this point in time, and then they take the census numbers and that's how they distribute the funds. So census only happens once every 10 years, so they use the SAPI data, and the SAPI stands for Small Area Income and Poverty Estimates, and that's where they take the census numbers, they take the community survey, they take other data from other departments and create an updated census number every year. So that number gets updated annually. This is how they provide the Title I funds to states and to districts. So what they do is they rank order the states in poverty, and it changes from year to year. So for example, this year we lost. Oregon ranked lower in poverty in comparison to other states, so we had lower funding in Title I for this year. Census data has some challenges because what census data looks at is at the population of children in the ages of 5 to 17, and they look at census tracts based on district boundaries. So again, they have the district boundaries of all districts in the United States. Here's some challenges. You have children that are going to show up in the poverty data, but may or may not be showing up in your school district. So they may be homeschooled, they may go to private schools, they may be in a charter school in another district, or they may do inter-district transfer. So, and some of them may not even be in school, we don't know about. So the data isn't totally accurate around the students.
I have a question. What about the tribal community? Where's their census data?
The tribal students, so again, this is strictly census data, so wherever children live, they get counted based on census.
But not with respect to tribal community, tribal reservation.
So if the reservation is on, so I'm going to pick on Heidi because I can, Umatilla tribe, their reservation is in the Pendleton area. Those students get counted in the Pendleton school districts.
But they don't get counted within the community that they live with respect to being on tribal lands.
They do get counted in
in the bigger scheme of things, but they don't get counted, again, geographically with respect to the tribal community.
They get counted based on geography. Census geography. It's based on geography. It's my understanding. So once the funds are allocated by the U.S. Department of Ed, they're distributed to Oregon Department of Education. They're not tied to individual children. They're identified to the students that are in that area of the school district. So the U.S. Department of Ed has 4 different funding formulas that make up the Title I allocation. I'm not going to kind of go through all of it, but one of the important pieces is not all the school districts in Oregon actually get Title I funds. We have 197 districts in Oregon, and 15 districts do not actually receive any Title I funds because they are not eligible based on the formulas of Title I. So those are the formula. The first one is basic. I'm not going to go through all the detail, but basically the basic one says you have to have at least 10 children that the census has determined are in poverty. And if you don't have 10 children, then you don't even get Title I at all. And then the other ones are weighted based on the percentages of children you have in poverty. So the U.S. Department of Ed gives ODE a list of all districts with their Title I allocation. Then ODE tells districts what their Title I allocation. Once districts receive their Title I allocation, they actually then need to use actual numbers of students in poverty, and what they generally have used in the past is free and reduced lunch numbers. So that's generally, so we've gone from census, which doesn't have any reality of who's in your buildings, to now in reality who's showing up at your door, the children that are coming to your school. We do have some challenges because now not everybody does free and reduced lunch. Not everybody signs up for free and reduced lunch, so it's not totally an accurate picture of who's in poverty or not in poverty. And the challenge we have, the relationship between census poverty and free and reduced lunch is census poverty is a lower income level, free and reduced lunch. Free lunch, you're at 130% of census poverty income, and free is or reduces at 185%. So different numbers, people get confused of how they relate. So that makes it a little challenging.
I was just gonna say, so the base counts for the districts is based on the federal poverty level,
Correct,
but then it's distributed based on free and reduced lunch.
correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I also ask a question about, so the census count significantly undercounts people of color, right?
Right.
And so, and then the free and reduced lunch is more accurate of who's actually there. Have you all done any thinking about the intersection or the relationship between those two numbers and any potential unintended consequence or impact that contributes unintentionally to a racial disparity there?
So-
in terms of allocation formula, or, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do understand. I think all of the numbers have barriers, and you mentioned a couple. The other barriers, not everybody participates in the census, so we've got an undercount there.
Right.
Not everybody will sign up for free and reduced lunch because we've got barriers there. And then with the new thing, the community eligibility provision, which is based on participating in TANF or SNAP or some of those, again, you have families that won't participate in any kind of program because of their uncomfortableness with that, and you have the racial and equity barriers that are happening through those kinds of things. I don't know that, I personally have not looked at that. I don't know if Congress has looked at those barriers because they're the ones that create the formula that use it for Title I.
Could we put into the bike rack for us this, to think about this and look at this? Because if we're gonna propose, I mean, this is our base data, and we know what it is, good and bad, like data is just what it is. But if we're gonna make strategic recommendations about how to invest, we wanna do that fully cognizant of, is there a way to address for some of these things that are not addressed in other places in our recommendations? I don't need to go into it now, but we can put it in the bike rack for future consideration, that would be great.
Right.
Thank you.
So now we have a new provision that U.S. Department of Agriculture will put out called Community Eligibility Provision, and it provides an alternative to free and reduced lunch applications. It actually is a great program because it actually will provide more students with free lunch, and it is really advantageous for that. What it doesn't do now, though, is no longer are school districts going to be collecting family income surveys that they used to collect for free and reduced lunch. So that process will no longer happen with the community eligibility provision. So those data that we might have used in the past will no longer be available because we're not going to be collecting those data.
Yeah, can we back up to the census count again? The census count that they're using, and now that they have to use the American Community Survey rather than the decennial, the urban areas get their annual census count, but the extremely rural areas only get the 5-year data. Are they using a consistent measurement for that, or is it the latest available?
Well, my understanding, and I'm not an expert on SAPI, and I'll look to my colleagues who are in the room that may have more information. My understanding is the Census Bureau annually recalculates SAPI for everybody, and so that they use the estimates they have, but I'm going to look to Brian to see if he has more information on that.
Now, I don't know for sure. When we were using the decennial census, we made annual adjustments ourselves at the department for purposes of the school funding formula. And essentially we did that by adjusting the poverty count by the change in overall student population. So they changed in magnitude with student growth or decline, but they didn't capture changes in the degree of poverty within a district. I'm assuming that from the American Community Survey that the Census Bureau is doing adjustments themselves because we do get them annually for all the school districts in the state.
And I know from a Title I allocation perspective, I see dramatic changes in census poverty from year to year in districts. And so some districts that have been traditionally what I would consider very high poverty, this year they turned out to be not quite as high poverty based on the new data that the U.S. Census Bureau gave the Department of Education.
SAPI is annual. So SAPI is uses ACS, and then they run it through their model, which then spits out an estimate. So smaller counties will be annual with the annual ACS data that may have a large margin of error for the smaller areas, but they narrow that because they have some refined model using other data in addition to ACS, but in addition.
I think I heard you say that the community eligibility provision identifies families or students who are from families who receive SNAP, TANF, or other federal benefits. So when that student comes in, the school district doesn't collect exact income data, but does collect data on what community eligibility provision this student's family participates in, right? So they know this is a SNAP family or a TANF family or something like that? Is that correct?
Yeah, let me go to the next slide. So basically, you're correct in some respect is that there's a limited number of people that can know who's eligible, whether we use free and reduced lunch. You know, the school lunch people knew who was eligible for free and reduced lunch. Same thing for same thing for, these are called direct cert children. They're directly certified by those other programs that you mentioned. People in general can't know who those children are. Very limited number of people, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture called it preventing overt identification of children identified. So a classroom teacher wouldn't know who they are, or those kinds of things. Very, very limited number of people would have any identification of who they are, and it's really for food service purposes.
So for purposes of data collection, though, if districts, are they going to be providing the state any data on these kids?
I'm not sure your question.
They did with free and reduced, because they needed reimbursement, but.
It's the reverse now. So the state gives us direct cert files. So the data is coming from DHS or whatever the agencies are for which the child is qualifying. Then that information goes to the state. ODE sends us a list of direct cert numbers. So we're a community eligibility school district. And so then what happens is we take the list of our direct cert students, and then we can add to that list upon initial qualifying based on these subset of criteria for any students we know that qualify for those programs, but not necessarily on direct cert. Then you get your direct cert number, and that number stands for 3 years. So for that period of time, you don't have to collect anything new at all, because 100% of your kids qualify for free lunches at that point. So what you're saying is correct. It's just not that the school districts aren't the ones providing the data, nor do they receive anything other than these kids are direct cert.
So then the data at the state level exists. It exists at the Department of Human Services and to a certain extent at the Department of Education. And there may or may not be some barriers between them in terms of further research, et cetera, that we want to do on education. I mean, how those connect and how the education data remains accurate.
I would say the data does exist as you described it.
Thank you.
So, Sonia.
Do you know how that data is being collected from tribal communities that have their own TANF programs as well as their USDA food commodity programs? So here in Salem, our tribal members can't go through the state of Oregon for TANF. They come to the tribe, as well as we have families that are eligible for our food commodity program that may choose that over SNAP. Do you know where those numbers are collected from?
I do not. I would suggest that there are people at the department that work in the child nutrition program that may have the answer to that question. I do not have that answer.
I took a note and we'll bring it back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So once a district has determined the poverty rate for all their schools, whether they're using CEP or free and reduced lunch, Title I law requires that the district look at all of their schools, and then any school that has over 75% or higher in the poverty, either, like I said, based on free and reduced or CEP, those schools must be served first. So all of those schools must be served first. I did, looking at data, we have 1,225 schools roughly in the state, and we have 1,204 in Title I districts. So most of our schools are in Title I districts because the districts that don't get Title I are pretty small. And we have 573 schools funded with Title I. So less than half of the schools in the state of Oregon are funded with Title I. And I do have the numbers for how many schools are reported to us with 75% or higher poverty, if you want that number. I heard Dunya say yes, it's 202.
Janet, are there any schools or districts, not the ones you talked about that aren't eligible, but that refuse the money?
Yes, we actually do that. I have that. I believe we have 6 districts that refuse the funds.
Oh, but they're eligible.
They're eligible, but they refuse the funds. You want to know why? Probably. I'm going to give you why I think most of them refuse the funds. Most of them are small, and the amount of work that's required to do Title I reporting and all the documentation and all of that is a lot, and the amount of money is not going to provide enough program for them to do that amount of work. So they don't get. And then we have one school district that, well, a couple that get money, but they don't feel they need the money. Yeah.
They're eligible.
They're eligible. Oh, I can give you an example. A district that gets $2,500 in Title I funds is not very much money for them to actually run a program and do all the reporting that you have to do to run a program.
But they have children and families who are hungry.
But it costs them more to run the program than they receive, so they
Right.
have to take money out of the general fund to
Right.
hire somebody to run the program and do the reporting. So it's a
But they still
deficit.
have children and families who are hungry. See, I think, all of that, but there's still some kids then and some families who are hungry.
But remember, this money doesn't go directly to children in poverty. This money goes to the school, and then I'll talk in a minute of how the money gets distributed once it gets to the school, because it's not directly sent to children in poverty. So basically then after the 75% or greater schools are served, then they rank order by poverty after that. And basically in Oregon, we rank order by grade span. So in general, most of our districts serve our elementary schools first, and then middles and highs as we go forward. And mostly we serve schools above 45% poverty. That's generally where we serve. But the big majority are between 60 to 75 and above 75. That's the majority that gets served. So this gets a little bit to the question Iris was asking. Services are provided to students most at risk of failing Oregon's academic achievement standards, and you don't look at poverty. So basically, poverty is how the money is generated, and that is how it comes to a district and to schools. But once it gets to a school, then you're really looking at the purpose of Title I is to help support all students meeting Oregon's academic standards. So I could be the wealthiest student in the school, but if I was the lowest achieving child in the school, I would probably get served with Title I, and vice versa. So it loses any attachment to children once it gets to the school. So there's 2 types of program models in Title I, targeted assistance and school-wide. Targeted, you're really specifically identifying individual children who are academically failing. You're providing supplemental services. Only those students who are academically failing get the services, and they must be in addition to other services that are provided through the regular school days. So the regular school has to provide base services, base education. This is in addition to. School-wide, you can't become school-wide unless you have over 40% poverty, and it's really upgrading the whole system of the school. So it's really looking at the whole educational system of the school. How can we support all of our students to succeed academically? And really, you're still keeping in mind the low achieving students, but you're looking at the whole school system. Money. How can we spend this money? Federal law talks about reasonable and necessary to carry out the program, must be for educational purposes, and must meet the supplement, not supplant requirements. our,
Explain supplements. of
yeah, I
plans.
will.
Okay.
It'll be there. Allowable uses, this is what the Office of Management budget, who gets to oversee all of the federal funds. Necessary and reasonable for efficiency and authorized and not prohibited under state or local laws. I'm trying to go fast because you guys got a lot to do. Again, necessary. Reasonable is what they say is what would a prudent person say. So you're looking at what would a prudent person think was a reasonable cost for something, and is it necessary to actually do the program as opposed to, gee, it'd be really nice if we could have the latest and greatest something, but it's not necessary. So that's what those two go to. Supplement, not supplant. So you have to ask these questions when you're looking at, is it supplemental and not supplanting? So it might be supplanting if it is required by a state law. So if there's a state law or a local law, is it required? It would be supplanting if you spent federal money for that. In past practice, did you pay for this particular service, activity, or program out of state or local funds in the past? Well, if you now wanted to come pay for it out of Title I money, it would be considered supplanting because you've done it in the past out of local money. And then, are you doing the same kind of program in another building in your school with state or local funds, but you want to pay for it out of Title I? What the feds have always said to us, if it's good for a child in another building, then it's good for a Title I child in that building. So you kind of have to always weigh those things, and that's really hard. And I look at Brad as a business person because you have to know what everybody's spending in every other building to look at these questions about supplement, not supplant. It can't just be an isolated building question. You really have to know what's going on everywhere for those. You have to have really, this is the documentation piece and expenditures. You have both expenditure documentation, it has to be deep, it has to be contemporaneous to look at all of your spending to make sure you're not supplanting. And that's me.
Chuck.
I'm interested, thank you, Janet, on the supplement, not supplant. How did kindergarten work and all that as it came online?
Kindergarten's a really good example. So in the past, many of our Title I schools chose to do the second half of kindergarten because it was a really good activity. We all knew it was upgrading the whole educational system for children. So this year, now that the state is funding full-day kindergarten, no title funds can be used in kindergarten.
Okay.
Period. That would be supplanting. Great example.
Thank you.
There may be too much variation for you to be able to answer, but I'm curious, so the schools on either side of the cutoff, you said typically it's about 40%. How much money is there for a school just on the side of getting Title I versus not getting Title I?
So are you talking in an individual district, or are you talking at a district level?
I'm just curious about, like, if someone's just over and then the next year they're just under, what does that mean in terms of the funding?
So each district has a different methodology of how they fund. So high poverty district, and I'll pick on Christie's district, I think they don't fund any school that's below 60% poverty because they want to provide
Below 70%.
70, you're now up to 70. They want to provide sufficient funds to be able to run a program to provide intensive services so students can get the academic achievement they're looking at. So you need to have enough resources to be able to do that. So that's where they make the decision. How much resource do we have and where we cut our line? So that's how a district makes that decision. And then districts make the decision on grade span. I don't know if that was what you were asking.
I'm curious mostly about quantity. There might just be too much variation really to answer this, but I'm wondering about quantity of money. So for a school that gets it or doesn't get it.
Oh, that's really, really variable based on the amount of money. I would guess that the amount of money that Salem Kaiser schools get compared to the amount of money that Heidi schools get is going to be significantly different because the pot of money is significantly different and how they have to divide it.
And TJ, just to let you know, both Heidi and Christy are going to be speaking after lunch, and maybe we can then hear from the field that question, if the school went from title to non, what that might mean. But we'll get to that individually.
Are there other questions for Janet?
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll shift now from federal to state and hear from our Assistant Superintendent, Brian Reeder, about the state school fund funding formula and the poverty weight.
You might want to on that and have recommended
So, most especially for those of you in the
We
audience
didn't
who
mean to
are,
leave anyone out, so we'll bring extra sandwiches.
Yeah.
We'll have to leave and go out and look for.
yeah, for those of you in the audience who are participants in this process, even though you may not be official work group members, Representative Whitson is paying for your lunch today. So, thank you.
Don't go out on the street and recruit more. Please.
Apologies, we're a little slow.
It's okay, I'm slow too. Told my mom to. She said the computer slow, so I'm slow too.
They all have them in their packets.
Right. Okay, so if you want to follow along in your packets until this comes up on the screen, let's do that. Yeah.
It's under tab 5.
Tab 5. So I'm Brian Reeder at Department of Ed. What I want to do, okay, there we go, it's up there. Really want to talk about the poverty weight, but in order to do that, I want to give you a little background about Oregon's funding formula. So start off with the sources of revenue, and there's, three sources of revenue. They correspond with levels of government. We have state revenue, which is the state school fund, predominantly, almost exclusively the state school fund. Local revenue, which is primarily property taxes, but some small other sources of local revenue as well, and then federal revenue, which in recent years has fluctuated a little bit. It went up during the recession because of some extra federal dollars made available, but it's been in the 9 to 10% range for quite a while. You add those all up, and this is for the 13-14 school year. The reason I chose that year, two reasons. We've got final audited data from all our school districts for that year. That's the latest year. And also, for the formula purposes, that's the latest year where everything is completely reconciled and closed out. So about $6 billion per year total operating funds for school districts and ESDs in Oregon. I think all these slides are school districts plus ESDs, and then when we get to the big table, that'll be just school districts. Okay, so a little background. Current formula adopted by the 1991 legislature, took effect in 92-93. There are actually some hold harmless provisions back there in the early years so that high spending districts wouldn't end up taking a big cut in revenue all at once. Districts who raised a lot of money locally, who were going to get less money under the formula. So sort of phased them down while we phased up the districts who historically, prior to the formula, were lower funded. The basic structure of the formula hasn't really changed very much. It's what we call a weighted student formula. And the weights haven't changed. We tweak it here and there, but what we haven't done is tweak the weights. About 80% of all of the operating revenue that districts get flows through the formula. And of that, 95% of it goes out based on the number of weighted students each district has. The bulk of the other is like the transportation grant, which is based on their actual expenditures. It's not based on their weighted students. But the bulk of it, 95%, flows out based on weighted students. The goal of the formula is to distribute funds in what's considered an equitable way. Now, equity is a value judgment. And so whether this current formula is equitable or not, some people think it is, some people think it isn't. that's a discussion that could go on for years, decades perhaps. But the law actually says, distribute funds in a way that compensates for the differences in costs that districts face.
Peter, just a quick question. Has there ever been any conversation about this goal being the most effective goal? In other words, you want to be able to fund people for costs, right, in the district? And I get that, I get the definition. But it seems to me that somehow this should be connected to an outcome. Has there ever been any connection or any discussion or any research even in the use of the formula in affecting outside costs, actually producing higher graduation rates or higher proficiency for the kinds of students we're targeting?
There has been, and we actually, that's an ongoing discussion. It's something that we talk about a lot.
Is that something we'll see? I mean, will we see as part of this process?
Go ahead.
This last session, the HEC announced a policy. It was not legislative policy, but the HEC is coming up with a formula that state's contribution to higher education in the future will be performance-based. Graduation rates.
They got a long way to go.
Yeah.
They got a long way to go.
Yeah, but they started it. This is the discussion.
And, you could argue that that statement, that next to the last, no, the fourth statement down, the goal of the formula, compensate for differences in cost, that what's implied there is you compensate for differences in cost to the extent that it allows districts to bring up higher cost students to a level of performance that you would expect for all students.
That would be a great example of a measurement.
So the empirical question is, do the current weights we have do that or not? And when have you achieved equity across different student groups or students of different characteristics? Do we really expect all students to perform at the same level? I would say no, just because of inherent differences in the students themselves and family background, all sorts of things. But when do we consider the differences in student achievement or performance, or however you want to term that, when do we consider them close enough to say that's equitable across students?
Well, I appreciate the order in which you put that information forward, because I think that's a secondary question to the first comment you made, which is, again, linking this to an outcome and whether or not those kids who were taken into consideration in the weighting are the kids whose gaps are closed.
Yeah, and as I said, there is more and more interest and more discussion about that very issue that we're having.
Brian,
Lori.
I just wanted to point out that the statutory goal was to fund for those uncontrollable cost factors that impact the ability of districts to serve students, all students. But it's not, you can only have an outcomes-based funding model if you start from a point of sufficiency, and the formula overlays whatever the budget is, whether it's sufficient or insufficient. And we just had our ballot measure one meeting yesterday across the street, and we were told in that testimony that the state of Oregon has never funded schools equitably, so you fund at 65% and expect 100% outcome for your 65% investment. You're basically holding hostage a system for an expectation that hasn't been invested in. And so I think that we should probably stay away from, at least that would be the point of view of our organization, that we would stay away from an outcomes-based conversation until and unless we have 100% of the investment needed to provide an optimal educational experience for our students.
Lori, you're spot on. You're spot on.
And I can appreciate that, but how do we ever figure out whether or not funding that we're giving to this is actually having an impact on those students? How do we ever know? Or do we just keep doing this and saying we're not gonna try to look to them?
That's not the, it strikes me that that's not the strategy here. This is trying to figure out how to take state money and distribute it equitably across the state per student, so that a student in Bend or a student in Gates is not being funded differently. It really wasn't set up as an outcome. You'd have to start over completely to talk about this as an outcomes-based system. It just doesn't work that way. It's a way of distributing money that kept us out of court, is about all it did. It was so, and it was done because we had, and correct me, Brian, but we had very high spending districts that agreed to come way down, while very low spending districts came way up, just to get to the point that a kid in Gates and a kid in Portland got the same deal in this state. Everything else aside. And that's what we're dealing with here. So as we talk outcomes and these other kinds of things, they're great to talk about, but they don't fit this model. This is you'd have to completely start over, and you would have to go to a sufficiency determination at some point to say you could even talk about it. Or you're going to hurt that kid in Gates in favor of that kid in Portland.
Well, before we go on, I would disagree that this formula can't take into account outcomes in its current form. You know, the whole point of having weights is that to achieve an acceptable level of outcomes for all students, that students in poverty and ELL students and special ed students need more resources.
We would disagree and talk about it, I think, go into some detail. I think that we're just dealing with it. We're dealing with a much different, I think, perception of the topic.
So what's the purpose of the weights then?
They're unavoidable costs faced by districts.
To do what?
It amounts to.
To do what?
To educate these kids.
So folks, can I just make a program note? We need to stop at 1:15 for public testimony. The purpose of the group's open-ended time is actually to allow for some pretty honest debate. But if Brian doesn't get a chance to provide the foundational information to folks who don't know the inside baseball as well, then we're really excluding a bunch of people from the conversation. So I'd like to...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just have to add one thing to what Chuck said, because I was probably the only one in this room that was even alive and actually served in the legislature on the committee that created the formula. And it's based on a constitutional requirement. And the constitutional requirement is that schools be provided equitable funding. Not children, not students, but schools. And this formula and the weights within it are designed to, as closely as we could, provide that equity. It's not meant for anything else. Student achievement is something totally different than this formula.
Peter, could we come back to this? I know that we want to
We
move on.
absolutely will.
Right, and just because I know we've been having, I apologize, a sidebar conversation because we're larger districts, and there's like another perspective that I'd like to put into the table, but I think we just need to flesh it out a little bit more. So
We
could
will
come back to
literally,
that?
at the end, we've got lots of time, folks from the field, an opportunity to do some of this back and forth, but I'm afraid it's going to be sketchy, and we're not going to get there, and people don't know as much in order to answer. So Brian, if you wouldn't mind continuing.
Okay.
The other thing I want to say is Lindsay wants to be here, was called away in an emergency, and he'll be back as soon as he can, but he's here in spirit.
Okay, final point on this slide is that the formula doesn't tell districts how they spend their money. They've got pretty much complete control over that. As I said, 80% of district operating revenue flows through the formula. The other 20% comes to districts primarily through state and federal grants, district fees, and actually a growing piece for a number of districts, local option property taxes, which are separate levies that districts can put to their voters, and if they pass, all that money stays locally. It doesn't flow through the formula. The formula distributes a little bit of federal revenue, federal forest fees, so that those revenues, in essence, are shared statewide, even though they only come to school districts that that are in timber areas. It distributes most local revenue, predominantly property taxes, and nearly all state revenue. And by statute, 95.5% goes to school districts and 4.5% go to ESDs. Now that's of the total amount, state plus local plus federal, the total amount that goes through the formula, not just the state portion. So once the money gets into the formula, we don't talk about 3 sources anymore, we only talk about 2, state and local. And the reason is those federal forest fees down there are sort of lumped into the local category. And you can see here, in the local category, 94% are local property taxes and relatively small amounts of all the other sources. So if you look at the formula itself, in 13-14, $4.84 billion flowed out through the formula. 35% of that was from local sources and 62% from state sources. That is pretty much a perfect reversal of where we were before this formula was created. Before Measure 5, where we cut local school property taxes dramatically, it was about 2/3 local and 1/3 state. It is now the reverse of that. So here are the weights, and the one that we're going to talk about today is the poverty weight, which directs, like all the other weights, it directs additional revenue to districts that have larger numbers of students in these categories. The 2 weights that move the most money around are the ESL weight, which is 0.5, and even though the poverty weight is only 0.25, we have a lot of students in poverty in Oregon. So it's a large group, and so that the poverty weight moves a lot of money around.
So Peter, I just want to understand, if you went back, you made a comment earlier that this is, you're referring to this funding formula that hasn't changed in a long time. So.
Correct.
Okay, right.
Correct. So if you look at the, we've got, and these are census numbers. The 83,000, these are census numbers. That's why they're so low. If you look at the census poverty, and I'll use Salem-Keizer because Christy mentioned that they're at about 60%. That's free and reduced lunch. Their census poverty percentage is around 18% in this year. And so, and that's because, as Janet explained, to qualify to be considered in poverty by the census definition, you have to be below a certain income level. To qualify for a free lunch, you can be at a higher income level, and to qualify for a reduced lunch, you can be at an even higher income level. So different definitions of poverty here. So what that says is, you know, that 83,140 weighted at 0.25, that's 20,785 extra weighted students, or ADMW as we call it, in the formula due to the poverty weight. When you put a dollar amount on that, a per weighted student dollar amount on that, it comes out to about $138 million. Then if you add the federal Title I money, which Janet spoke about earlier, that's about another $100 million in that year. So money for students in poverty, $239 million roughly.
Could I just ask a clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
So Iris was asking about schools that don't receive Title I funding, so, because that's a choice. So school districts will automatically receive the poverty weight regardless. So if they have kids that are in poverty and on free and reduced lunch, they're going to get that 0.25 weight no matter what. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct, yes. We haven't had anybody refuse that money.
Okay, I just thought I wanted to make sure, just based on.
Yeah, everything in the formula is pretty much automatic. We based on the data that we collect, we calculate the weights for each district and send them the money.
And then at some point, I'm going to ask later about foster care.
Okay.
Can we talk to about that?
Brian, I know that the SPED funding is, the special education funding is capped.
Yes.
Are any of the other categories, other weights capped, or is that the only one?
It is the only one.
And is there a definition for poverty? And
This
then-
poverty is the census poverty numbers that we now get from the American Community Survey. What we get from them is, I believe, counts of students in poverty. For each school district, we calculate the percentage and then apply that in the formula.
Seems like a very low number.
Well, it is a low number relative to the students who qualify for free and reduced lunch because the definitions are different.
Can I ask the definition of cap? Special ed is capped, I'm not sure what that means.
Yes, there is a cap on the number of extra weights a district can receive for their special education students. That cap is 11% of their average daily membership, which is a measure of their enrollment.
So they can only receive 11% for special ed money.
Correct. So if they have, well, and there's a little added piece. There's also a waiver process where districts who have special circumstances, like very, very high percentages of special ed students, will give them some additional weights above the cap. But in general, for example, if your district has 13% of your students in special ed on IEPs, you won't get extra weights for the entire 13%. You'll get it for only 11% of them.
Even though the 13% may need extra services.
True. The purpose of the cap was to not provide an incentive, a financial incentive to over-identify special ed students.
But the reality is, I believe 75, 80, 90%, I mean, almost every single district is over the cap. Is that right, Randy?
Yeah, with just a handful of exceptions.
Is the percentage of people in poverty who are also special ed, it would seem like intuitively you're going to have more people in poverty also qualify for special ed?
I haven't looked at that. Intuitively, that it's probably true, but I would have to verify that.
Hey, Brian, on that note, there is a cap on, I think you can't have more than 2 weights for any given student, is that correct? So if a child is on an IEP, they would have the regular weight, the IEP weight, potentially, if it's within that 11%. We would not receive the 0.25 for poverty if that child is in poverty as well, is that correct?
No, that's not quite correct. No individual student can receive more than 2 extra weights, so a total of 3 weights.
Three, yeah.
And the poverty weight is not based on individual student characteristics.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just a count, a percentage count by the census, so it's not counted in that cap of 3. The reality is it's almost impossible for a student to have 3 weights.
3, right.
Yes, almost impossible. So that's all I've got. The other document that you have in your notebook shows a district by district calculation of the poverty weights and how much money each district receives that is attributed to those poverty weights. And in looking at this when I got here this morning, I realized I should have sorted it in alphabetical order by district name, but I didn't. I sorted it by their ID numbers, which is what I generally do when I work with these data. So if you want to look at a particular district, when we assigned these numbers, they were pretty much in county order, alphabetically by county. So those Baker, Huntington, Burnt River, those are in Baker County. So if you want to see Portland, find, they're going to be on page 3 or 4, somewhere in there. Anyway, what I did here is I took the number of poverty weights that each district has and then applied the amount of money that we give out for each weight. And that actually varies a little bit by district for reasons we don't really need to get into, but you can see in the third to last column is the amount of money that each district gets or did get in 13-14 attributable to their poverty rates. And then I also added in the Title I money there just to give you a sense for that additional federal money that's designated for students in poverty.
Could we get this at our next meeting, sorted the way that's advertised by counties with the school districts in it, the way we're all used to looking at it, so we can find it?
I can do that, or I can send you the spreadsheet.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Okay. So any other questions about the formula?
Brian, are we going to talk about how other states have done, other states do some similar thing? We looked at that during the look at this bill. So do you have any comments on that, or
Yeah, and I didn't come prepared to talk about that today, but
general.
Yeah, I mean, quite a few states have gone to weighted student formulas. I think California may be the most recent one that's gone in that direction. They did that just in the last couple of years, I think. But the weights vary considerably from state to state for different things. One state that stands out is New York. New York faced a constitutional challenge to their funding formula. They actually they had a formula that was so complicated that they gave more money to low poverty districts than they gave to high poverty districts, and so they got sued. Some of the work done by some folks at Syracuse University to look at how much more does it cost to educate a student to a given level of achievement if they're in poverty versus not, and that sort of suggests the level that the weight maybe should be. And their estimates for the state of New York were that the poverty weight should be an extra full weight for in the state of New York. The logic to that, sort of behind that estimate, is that you set a level of achievement that you want your students to get to, and then you estimate how much it will cost to get them there. And you make that estimate for different students with different characteristics. And for students categorized in poverty, their estimate was close to 1 and a full extra weight. So that's probably one of the higher, I don't know whether they actually set it that high, but that was the estimates that came out in the analysis for the court challenge, or for the constitutional challenge. I don't know where they ended up setting their weight. And
if you have time for the next meeting, I think this is not a lot of time, don't spend a lot of time, it might be good. I looked at ELL, we spend twice as much on ELL as Washington State does for weighted.
Yeah, and that's a great point, is if you look around the country for weights for ELL students, a lot of states don't weight them at all. Oregon may have the highest weight in the country.
Not the highest, but close.
Yeah, and some states give an extra dollar amount rather than a weight, and I think Arizona is something like a couple $100, whereas the extra quarter or the extra half weight in Oregon is $3,500 roughly, and so we're pretty high in that regard.
Because the intent of 2968 was let's start a system and see where we need. And I'm not against putting more money in poverty, but we need to see what we're doing with what we have, and that's where we could look at other states too, make us to see where they are. But I do know in researching ELL that we were close to the top, but not the top, and that there are a lot of states that, as Brian says, some of them it was really small amounts that they give or none.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you talk to Tricia and maybe Chuck, they'll say, or I hope they will, because this is the story I've heard, that when we set our weights back in '91, that we looked to a lot of other states and said, what are they doing?
Yeah, and I think you saw representative in the evaluation done by the last committee that tried to take this on. We have one of the best, most equitable formula in the state, and it doesn't, in a way, to go into those weights thinking about it as spending takes you into a rabbit hole you can't get out of. You have to look at it as distribution and then talk about whether or not, which is what I think Lindsay's whole shop was all about, was let's talk about spending, and they kept it in a pretty confined area without wandering into this formula, which just throws everything into, I think, a cocktail.
Speaking order, TJ, then Iris, then Tricia. And then we're going to have to move to public testimony.
I just like to emphasize that the weights by their very nature are distributional and relative. So we may, for example, have a much higher weight than anyone else in the country, but compared to Washington State, we also have lower per pupil funding. So I think adequacy and level of funding is incredibly important, not to, they're each pieces of the puzzle. So we can't talk about one without the other.
And that's kind of what I was getting ready to ask. That was the question. And also in relation to other states, then what kind of outcomes are we getting with ELL students? Are they any better because of the weight that we have? Do we know?
We can find out. I don't know off the top of my head. The difficulty is getting a measure of outcomes that's consistent across states. The only one we have is NAEP. We can look at those. The reality, though, is the weights don't tell us how much are actually spent for programs for those students. And so even in Oregon, we don't require districts to spend money from the weights on those students. It's simply a way to get the money to the districts that have more of those students. So,
last question.
I'd like an easier question, please.
We can help facilitate that.
I was going to say something similar to what TJ said, in that if we're going to start thinking about how a level of ELL funding equates to outcome, we should also think about how the level of basic education funding attributes to outcome. Because our ELL funding is built on top of the basic education funding, and if we don't fund basic education, which we do not, then we cannot expect that the additional funding that we add on to it is going to solve all the problems for those students. It won't. And so I hope that we will continue to keep that basic education number in our minds as we're talking about the various fine-tuning that the formula does through weights.
I agree very much with you, Trish, and all that. But remember, we're not talking about new money here. We're talking taking money out of the big pot. It's not additional funding because they're weighted for poverty or ELL. So, but I don't disagree with that.
Thank you, Brian. We appreciate the report. We're going to move to public testimony. I do want to make one announcement, which also pertains to me leaving the room. We've suffered a very sad tragedy in Oregon today. There's been a shooting at Umpqua Community College. We believe that there are as many as 10 who are dead and another 20 who have been wounded. So the governor has initiated an interagency response, which is why I had to leave the room to get an update. So I'd ask the group some flexibility in terms of my presence today, but most importantly that we have the individuals and families in our hearts and minds, as well as the local law enforcement who are bravely responding to this incident. And we will provide updates as they occur today. So I'm actually going to turn the chair over, perhaps Gene, if you wouldn't mind doing it, or to Peter,
either way,
for our public testimony.
Lindsay, this is Serena. What school was that?
Umpqua Community College in Roseburg.
Okay. I didn't get to hear the full name. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Peter, yeah,
put it in the chair.
Sorry.
So members of the public who've signed up for public comment, there'll be one speaker from each group, and each individual or group spokesman will have 3 minutes to speak, and you're just going to come sit right up here next to the phone. First person I have signed up is Jim Anderson. Jim, if you could come up. It's good to see you. It's been too long.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm Jim Anderson. I'm at the PTA of King Elementary School in Portland, and also with EASY. And I wish to call your attention to the individual students. That as we talk about things in general, we forget that the individual student that is failing is not effectively brought up to grade level. I'm a retired engineer and systems analyst, and I see this all the time, that general activity to help the kid who is not achieving is not focused on the individual student. There's a curriculum that's presented to the student for which he's not ready for. The West Albany High School, Principal Osborne, got a nice Oregonian presentation on the front page. And her focus is on the individual student. She has a number of books where there's a whole page about each individual student and how they're achieving. And she focuses on getting achievement, an effective result on each student. And this is so much neglected. When Title I first went in, I was on the Washington County Community Action Board, and my duty was to audit the Title I funds. And even at the beginning there, the schools were usually putting the funds into, well, they were always putting the funds into the general pot and not focusing the Title I funds on the individual student that is failing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dapo. Okay, I'll call the next. Doug Riggs. Actually, I probably should have said, state your name for the record.
Sure. Doug Riggs. I work with the variety groups. We have a group called the Alliance for Kids that has been working for about 2.5 years on this very topic. And Janet and Dawn have been very involved, as has Iris and others in the room. We've had a couple of major conferences around the state and a bunch of forums looking at kids who have faced chronic absenteeism, especially in high school. So I really appreciate this group meeting. We have quite a bit of information on our website. We had a great speaker at our conference in June, and many of you have been at our events. But one thing I'd really like to suggest that the group look at is the integration of services for these kids who are outside of the education system in housing, human services, OYA, et cetera. We had Iris at a conference about a year ago, and we had at the table DHS, OHA, OYA, Early Learning Council, the Youth Development Council, and housing and community services. So, these children face an awful lot of challenges, and so to the extent that within a community we can gather those participants, nonprofits, school-based health centers, OYA, youth providers at the table, I really think that's the key to getting at these families. These are kids who face many challenges outside of the classroom, and K-12 is doing a great job of trying to keep them in the classroom, but unless we involve their other partners in the school district, we will not succeed with these kids. So we're very excited about this. We have been talking about a potential legislative proposal for next session. I think this may dovetail very nicely with what the group is doing, and we'd be happy to share what we've developed as a result of the work groups that we've had. But very excited about being able to participate and have Janet and Dawn especially on this group. So anything we can do. And I want to thank Representative Wisnett for alerting me to this meeting when I met with him yesterday. He said, you should come. So I said, I'd love to be there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Dapo.
I want to seriously commend you for doing this. It's a good language. I'm able to see what you're doing with our resources. I am a hands-on. What I do, I see it. I work with the African Americans, and of course I've been in the country for a long, long time. I'm still trying to find out. I don't like the word poverty, because I'm not living in a poor country. America is the richest place on earth. But when I see some of these African Americans that I work with, I can't believe what it is. I don't know what it is. Then I drive by Bonsai to see so many hopeless folks, meaning homeless. The poverty in America, I don't know what it is, whether there's a curse. And of course, we don't know how to take care of each other. I don't know. You lay this down in our face. It's right here. How you do it. Then, how do you do it? Do you do it right? Are you doing it right? I'm not. Please, I'm not criticizing. I'm just seeing those kids. I knock at the door, nobody open the door. They don't want me to see their home. They don't want me to know what's going on. Little kids, when I knock at the door, some mother will open the door. The kids will be crying, Dr. Dapo, I don't have anything to eat. I can't believe it. I don't have anything to eat, Peter. A little kid telling me that, crying right in my face. This is serious to me, you know. I'm serious about this. So, I don't know how you do what you do. You talk about it, but how it trickle down, I don't know. I'm dealing with a lot of poor people. I hate the word. Not in America. I don't want to use the word in America. Poverty. I see it everywhere. You know what I hope before I leave you alone? Isn't that be nice for Defense Department to do something like this? Or CIA to give us where our money goes. I would love to do that. I would be the first to be there. Well, I want to commend you for this. I'm glad to be here. I'm hearing what you're saying. Then, yeah, I don't know, people like us, how we get into tapping into what you got. Because I've got to be able to have some resources to take care of these kids. I want to do something with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth, what do we need to know about lunch?
Lunch is in the small conference room. You just head out that door and go to the right. And there's sandwiches, some sodas, some water.
Okay, and that's for everybody again. Thank you, Representative Wisnet. We'll be starting at 1 sharp, so please aim to be done, ready to go at your seat at 1, because we're behind schedule. Thank you very much. Of viewpoints that are represented in this room, and actually that's something I've heard from some school district folks, some non-school district folks, and I hope that that's a good thing. I think what it is going to generate, hopefully, and we may need to stand up and do some calisthenics at about 2 to keep our brains going, but is disagreement and counterpoint. And my experience is that you get the kind of synthesis and antithesis, and then you kind of build towards synthesizing something better. And when you embark on a process where you bring people together who are not of like minds and not from the same background of experience or representation, it's random what happens, and I think we're just going to see how it unfolds. But I just want to underline for folks, we're all in it clearly to make a difference for Oregon students. And that's sort of a given here in the perspectives that we take when we have differences. I hope folks are assuming best intentions. And that gives some freedom to disagree. And all my studies have shown that disagreement's really a powerful thing in terms of working towards the best solution. So with that in mind, we're going to push forward the second half of the agenda. And what that's going to be is a couple of people are queued up who are school district superintendents to talk about this topic from the perspective of school districts. And then, as I mentioned before, we also have a state poverty services representative who's going to talk to us about local funding. And then we're going to have even a more general discussion. One thing I want to say about, before we get Heidi to start us out, is I did not necessarily want to give 11 people the assignment of making a report to the group, because I feel like the way that would go is it would really get tiresome to hear even 11 super great reports one after another. However, it is absolutely open season on sharing what you have to say, asking questions, and the like. And what I'll do as a facilitator is if I feel with any of the first two presentations or something, we're sort of going in a direction where only 2 or 3 of the committee are really following, I might just kind of call out, hey, let's put that, someone said the bike rack? I love that. I used to call it the parking lot, but I love the bike rack. Let's put that one on the bike rack. Yeah. It'll be on the bike rack. It'll be in our notes for the next meeting, but we're not necessarily going to continue. And, it's tough as a facilitator sometimes to drive that balance. And if I unintentionally am offensive and trying to move towards that outcome to move us forward, I'm sorry in advance. It's not personal. Sometimes my spider sense tingles and it feels like we need to move on. But, what I've seen from a lot of the people here, that you'll push right back if you don't like that. So, and I don't have the same title Lindsay does, so I can't push back too hard. So, be nice. And I'd like to just introduce Heidi Sipe, Superintendent, Umatilla School District, who's going to talk to us a little bit on this topic from your perspective.
Okay, will you remind me of time?
Absolutely. We said about 10-ish minutes.
Okay, I can see a clock right there.
Okay.
All right. So Peter had asked if I would just talk a little bit about rural poverty and what that means for students, and also what that means for the educational costs of educating students from a background in poverty. And so that really begins at the preschool level, birth level, and then expands all the way through. So programs that we need to provide as a school district are a lot of parent education programs, a lot of literacy programs. This summer we spent time giving away 5,000 books to make sure that families understood the importance of reading with children, because these are things that are common sense middle class values that are not common sense to some of our families of generational poverty, because that's not something that they understand is important. The key thing that I find in working with our families is each and every parent loves his or her child and has dreams for his or her child, and their lack of knowledge is not a lack of love or care or desire. And that's really super important as we're working with our families. So a few of the things that we provide in our schools is right away we looked at our KRA data and went, oh my goodness, we have to fix this. So then we had to provide preschool. KRA, Kindergarten Readiness Assessment data.
Thank you.
Now it's just the kindergarten assessment, I believe, KA data. But when we looked at that, we had some of the lowest kindergarten readiness in the state. Well, when we're looking at then 3rd grade reading performance, and our kids are coming in here and they're growing this much, but the mark is here and they're still not going to hit that mark, but they're learning at faster rates, I'm not going to beat my schools up and say you're failing. Instead, I'm going to say, wow, look at the great progress you're making. Let's look long range. So a lot of times where this cycle of poverty perpetuates is when AYP came along. What's the first thing that people who are purchasing homes often look for on searching for real estate? They're looking at those school ratings. So then all of a sudden, we have this exodus when AYP came along of people who were looking at purchasing homes in our area, pull up that Zillow app, pull up, oh goodness, don't purchase. And then we have this cycle that perpetuates. One of the things that I was working at the federal level with Senator Merkley on No Child Left Behind at that point. One of the things I showed him was I want you to look at, and I'm not trying to pick on Corbett School District, they're a wonderful district, I'm not saying that, but Corbett was winning all these awards. Umatilla was in year 5 school improvement in danger of being shut down at our middle school. But when I lined up our report cards, our all students category were outperforming Corbett's. our Caucasian students are outperforming Corbett's, and our students of poverty were outperforming Corbett's, but we missed it, AYP, by 2 categories. So we were a failing school, but they were celebrated as a successful school. And so they're getting Zillow ratings with great schools, and we're getting 2s. That doesn't really paint the picture, but that perpetuates that cycle of poverty. So one of the things that happens with all of that is our kids walk in feeling less than right off the bat. So we have to make sure that we have opportunities for kids to build confidence. We have to make sure we have counselors. We have to provide those preschool programs. All of that is coming from our K-12 allocation because we're in a rural area. And we say, great, partner with someone. And we look around, and who? We don't have a doctor in our town. We don't have all of these people. So who is it exactly that we're supposed to partner with? The reality is it's us. So when we talk about why do poorer students need more opportunities because they're not having those same experiences that we would assume a child may have. As we move on up the list, one of the things that popped up a few years ago was the dental vision screenings for students. That was a legislative requirement that when kids are enrolling, they have to have those screenings. In our district, we're like, great, we have to pay for dental and vision screenings now because our families can't provide that. Their OHP doesn't often cover, Oregon Health Plan, doesn't often cover vision or dental services. And so who is left to foot that bill? We are. So that's what happens. All of those things add up. Then we talk about outside revenue sources. I have a new high school principal this year. We're talking about our very limited athletic fund. And she's saying, where's all the money that you generate from athletics going? I think that our budget's just being robbed. And from the outside in, I could see where she'd think that. And I said, well, what money do you think you're missing? And she said, well, where's your pay-to-play fees? Where's your gate admissions? Where's your booster club donations? And I laughed and said, we pay more for gatekeepers than we take in gates. We can't charge a pay-to-play or we would have no students playing. These are the things that have to be absorbed in a district of high poverty that 8 miles away was able to build $100 and some thousand addition to their athletic complex off of donations. We go to Booster Club auction, people are there for a bargain. They're not there to support the school, but that bargain is costing them. They are supporting the school, they just don't have the funds to do it at the level that other people may assume. So I got a pair of golf clubs for $100 one time. I thought I was starting the bidding, that was the end of it. So you just never know. So one of the things moving forward that I really want us to think about too are the federal requirements that come. So a school above 75% poverty is required to fund with Title I dollars, but you get the same pool as a district. So for a number of years, and oddly enough, all of this timing goes back to that school ratings piece that I just discussed a minute ago, so ironic, but not really. So initially, the only school that was above 75% poverty was our elementary school, and that's where we focused all of our Title I dollars, was really those early intervention services for kids. Well then, within a year, our middle school and our high school both popped up above 75% poverty. Janet's nodding her head, she remembers this phone call, me going, I have to what? Because I had to take my same total district allocation. It didn't increase because my numbers had increased. I had to take that same pool of money and split it 3 ways instead of 1. So my per student dollar of Title I dropped that year from $437.88 when I had to serve just the elementary school to $212.50. Because suddenly I have to spread those funds further. And our entire program was diluted to a level where it was far less effective than it had been previously because I'm required to fund those schools at that level. That's a problem. Then we have the double whammy of when the state updated the source for which they determined the weight. So for a number of years, so the report that Brian gave us shows that 13-14 weight. On that report, it says that I have 82.3. Keep in mind, I have 1,400 kids of poverty. But I'm getting that poverty weighting for 82.3 of them right now. Or pardon me, in the 13-14 spreadsheet. But that was with the old funding, or pardon me, data source. So they changed the data source. When they changed the data source, we dropped down to 52.52. Did my number of students in poverty change? No, it keeps increasing. So we're being funded based off of census poverty, both at the federal level and the state level. It's getting beat up twice when it comes to what does that mean for the kid level. Because my community poverty is not nearly as high as my school poverty. Because what's the one thing that people shopping for real estate don't care about if they're retired? It's that school's rating.
Right.
We can't pass a bond, and so we have low taxes and we have cheap real estate. So we have tons of people without kids that move into our community, and they offset our census poverty. But my kids are walking in poorer than ever. But all the funding I'm receiving is based off of the broader community. So my proposal is that right now we're funded off of the community poverty for both the state and the feds. We can't change the feds, but we can change just our data source. Doesn't mean changing the weight, doesn't mean anything else. We change just our data source for extrapolating the weight. If we were to go to direct cert, so part of the reasons that we changed the weight were because schools could game it. And so the thinking was a school district who's doing a really good job of collecting those forms is not going to be, it's not equitable. But direct cert is equitable because the schools have nothing to do with it. Direct cert means the kids that qualify through state aid for various programs. If we were to go by that percentage, then all of a sudden my 52.52 goes to 218.05. And the $404,000 that my district will receive this year because of that weight in the funding formula goes to $1.6 million. That's the difference between using what kids are in the school versus what community is in the school. And that's still not truly reflective of the poverty in my school, because if I was to go off the free and reduced lunch forms, the last year we did that, 86% of my kids qualified. That gives me 301 of extra weights, or $2.3 million.
So make that proposal again.
I think that the funding data source should be community eligibility. You can't game it, you can't change it, and if we're really trying to impact the kids in schools, if we change just the data source, then we're reflecting the kids in the school system and not the broader community. The other really nice thing that does is the federal fund would still come from that community eligibility, or community census data, pardon me, but the local state funds would come from the actual school data. That gives you balance that we don't currently have. So the same year that I got hit with a $230,000 loss, I got hit with another $137,000 from the feds, or $100,000, sorry, pardon me, from the feds, because our community census went down. This last year, I lost an entire fund. Janet had to call me and say, by the way, you're not going to believe this, but your community poverty decreased by a couple percent. It was enough to knock us out of being considered an impoverished district anymore. 86% of our kids in the district, but our community says we're not impoverished anymore. So I lost that entire funding source. It funded all of our robotics programs, which gave kids the opportunities that middle class kids have. So I'm just asking for balance in the system. And the other thing I'm hoping that people recognize is kids of poverty need more. They're not starting at the same level. What do you give a baby if you're out of formula? Most of us have probably never been in that situation, but I can tell you that for a lot of my parents, what they give a baby when they're out of formula is Kool-Aid or Tampico, because it has a lot of calories and it soothes the baby. So you tell me that a baby who was fed Tampico versus a baby who was breastfed or given formula is walking into kindergarten and should have that exact same skill level when their little brains were developing at that time and having a far different experience? It's not the same. They need more. And if we want to change the outcomes for Oregon students, we need to give kids that need more. So hopefully that's what you wanted.
That's perfect.
A little bit of everything.
So, and a proposal, so that's fantastic. So before we move on to the next school district, any questions for Heidi about anything that she had to offer, her proposal, her school district, or anything?
I don't have a question for Heidi, but Peter, I think she makes a really important point, not just for Hermiston, but for Southern Oregon, for the coast, for Central Oregon, areas where those communities are growing like mad with retirees and people without children who are not interested in funding the school districts. So if the measurement for whether or not kids need additional services is what's happening in the larger community, like Hermiston, those kids in those school districts are not being served. And it seems like we should know where that's happening and mitigate for it.
Representative Wisnet.
Superintendent, do you have after-school programs, summer programs, and can you focus on the poverty community?
One of the things we discovered a few years ago, we started after-school program in 2003 because we realized our kids were going home to very unsafe situations. So we started it, and it's grown since then. We actually have one of the largest single-site after-school programs in the state of Oregon. 617 kids, so almost half of our school districts stay after school every day, K-12. But that's entirely funded with federal dollars. We don't use a dime of state funds for that program. And fortunately, we've been able to maintain that federal funding through the 21st Century Community Learning Center programs. But we have had gap years where we weren't able to offer the program to as many students because of that. That's a huge problem. A lot of our kids are reliant upon that opportunity because then they're able to eat. And so a lot of our high school kids aren't there because they really want to learn how to build a car or build a tiny house.
Right.
They do cool things, but they're really not there for that. They're there because they're hungry.
Yep.
And so we feed breakfast and lunch every day to all kids for free. After school program kids eat a snack and a dinner for free and have a bus ride home.
Do you have, what percentage of your students have access to computers or at home or?
Very few. One of the things that you'll see a lot is kids will be walking around with these really fancy looking smartphones at first glance until you look at it again and realize there's no cell plan attached to that, and they're using the school's Wi-Fi, and that's not an iPhone whatever number they're on, that's an iPhone A, whatever it started with. And so access to technology is a huge issue, and if they have the technology, they don't often have the internet to support it.
Do you have a school-based health clinic or a school nurse?
We have neither, and I really wish we did.
And finally, I was a sponsor with Speaker Kotek of the visual screening requirement, and we were assured that the Oregon Health Plan covers the screening. If you in fact have proof of that, I'll go back and check with the Oregon Health Plan, because we were assured that they would pay for that, and if not, the professional said they were supposed to provide that service free. So I'll be glad to follow up for you on that.
One of the things that's really important in communities of color, or at least in my community, for my families of color, is many of them are new immigrant families, and there's a real challenge. So even if their students were born here and are eligible, there's a real concern or fear, in many cases founded, of applying for anything, because when they're filling out immigration forms, they have to show that they're completely independent of state systems. And so a lot of our kids that are eligible for OHP do not receive OHP, but they're still in our doors. We have a great partnership with the Lions Club, and so the Lions Club comes in, but we don't even have a local Lions Club. It's like 3 communities banded together for a Lions Club. But they come in and they do provide that service for us, but it's still up to us to provide all the staffing, to manage all the kids, make all the phone calls, do all the follow-up. So it's not as expensive as it could be, more expensive than it is for schools that don't have students of poverty.
Thank you for your report.
And I had Scott and then Iris.
Peter, I just wanted to go back to a previous comment and question we had. I'm intrigued by this idea of moving to the certified data. But if we do that, and this committee were to support that we be sure that we verify that data pull in the tribal numbers as well as the DHS numbers, or we're going to end up distorting them. I think that's a big piece that we heard earlier. And I don't know that we got the answer one way or the other as to whether it's working, but let's make sure it does.
Thank you for that, and I've made a note along with that. Iris, and then Brenda.
Heidi, I know we're going to talk a bit more about the other agencies and other services, possible funding streams that help with some of the services. Are there any that you and your district can share with us that you have been able to tap into to help mitigate the loss around the poverty weight or the Title I?
Oh, for replacement funding streams, no, we don't have any. But for partnerships, most of our partnerships come from other state agencies. So Greater Oregon Behavioral Health does a great job of helping us with Lifeways counselors. So there are some counselors in our schools in addition to our school staff. We appreciate that. Our county is working on trying to help us with some school-based nursing services. They're not there yet, but hopefully they will. Most of our partners, though, are other agencies and other state-funded groups.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm interested in looking at this community eligibility, but the one thing that I've just also noticed over time, sometimes we think something is a really good idea, but it has unintended consequences. So would it be possible at the next meeting to actually have the numbers for the districts run on community eligibility, just to see like what are the impacts, and to find out, one, if tribal numbers are already included? So like, could we actually look at that? Because I think it has some potential great impacts for schools across the state. And so, but I also don't want there to be unintended pieces that if we make this shift, because sometimes that's what happens. So I just want to, if we have the possibility or the staff capacity to be thoughtful about that and just look at it.
Sure.
So-
And there will be
so-
winners and losers.
Yeah, and I do want to reiterate, one of the functions of our staff, and again, we've got staff members in the building, in the room listening, who are research staff, is as quickly as possible to try to enumerate some of these suggestions and try to give some analysis. I think on some we'll get yes, no's, or numbers, and some we might not be able to. But I do want to draw folks' attention to this idea of unintended consequences. It's a really good question to be asking. And we do it with our equity lens. I think if we had a poverty lens in the state, we'd have that same question. And I think we need to work towards what are good questions to ask about a program. And when you go through that, it's really interesting to ask that unintended consequence question. Doesn't get asked enough, but it's really important to brainstorm it. And this group would be really good to do that with, because it's a diverse group. And sometimes you don't know what's unintended consequence until someone else from a different sector or point of view says, have you thought about this? It's, oh, no. So, absolutely.
So Peter, along those lines, though, when we come up with a good idea, the idea of mitigating the adverse impact as opposed to throwing out the idea
Absolutely.
is the thing we need to do, because in many cases you can mitigate that adverse impact. And so you say, what is the adverse impact of this particular proposal? And you say, okay, here it is. How do we mitigate that and still move forward with the proposal?
Yeah.
And that's the way I'd like for us to kind of think about it, as opposed to,
Absolutely.
oh, there are adverse impacts, we can't do this.
No, I think you have to, I couldn't agree more, you have to identify it first. I mean, sometimes there are adverse impacts and you swallow the impact because the benefit is so huge. Sometimes they're easy to mitigate, and then other times they're possible to mitigate and you move on. I completely agree. And again, I want to, one more thing and then we'll have Christy go forward. We're not going to present as an office yes, no's on any of these things. Just as much as possible, some framework for us to have a better discussion to compare, contrast. And we'll do it as humbly as possible. And try not to seem to be drawing conclusions. It's not our function at this point. It's really to present comparable ideas, I guess, and do that. So
Peter, before
sorry.
It's like a process question.
Yes.
So, we're not deciders, but in some ways we are meant to put a set of recommendations forward. How are we going to make those decisions? It's a process question, and then I think riffing off of Iris, I would hope that however we make those decisions, we try to do that from a values base, not, what benefits this or what. So for me, Heidi, as I hear you talk, I think, well, using data that is more accurate to the kids in the school is maybe individually helpful for your school district and may redistribute funds, but that's better, it's a better alignment with my values that we speak as close as possible to data that's actual, not conceptual, right? So that we think about when we make these recommendations or we say here are the options we're going to offer, that it comes based in values, right? That we are espousing around, ameliorating the impacts or ending the causes or addressing inequity, that those be the drivers and the considerations as we say here's option A, B, C, D, or
Sure.
And then the process question of how do we say here's option
Right.
A, B, C, D.
Thanks for that question. And I don't know, when Lindsay was starting off, I was looking at what I was about to say, so I didn't track every word of what he said. This is something he and I talked about in the very beginning of this morning. The charge for our group is to write a report, not to come to consensus. If we came to consensus around certain items in the report, that gives more standing, and as Representative Wisnin said, across the street, for anything to actually turn from a good idea to a concept that gets passed, consensus is critical. So to the degree to which this diverse group that represents lots of different folks come together around ideas, I think those are going to have legs. And there are going to be things in this group that we are not going to agree on that will still be in the report, and we're going to represent in our writing, here's some ideas that were shared, here's kind of some, I don't know if opposing ideas is too strong, but here's some other ideas. Frankly, the legislature gave us a very tight timeline to come up with this. And I think there's a and you speak for yourself, Representative Wisnin, but there's a hope of maybe a short-term win, but that doesn't stop the conversation. And so that's how I interpret this. I've, as a school administrator, have worked to get consensus on issues 1,000,000 times less complicated than this.
Right.
Like, what's our punishment for gum chewing? That took a year of staff time to discuss. And if you've ever been in schools, you know that's not made up. We are not going to come to consensus likely on some of the things here. But you've got to be open to the possibility that we might. I ask that you're open-minded enough to be open to the possibility that we might, and if we don't, that's okay too.
Well, and Peter, and towards the opportunity that the representative has given us, we can view that as a floor and not a ceiling.
Yeah.
As a member of the minority party, my always objective is to move the ball forward.
Yes.
Okay? We may not get to the goal line with this bill or even next session, but to move it forward. And some of the things that have influenced even how far we move it forward is the analysis of the data and coming up with codes and things like that is going to, we're probably going to come up some, moving a little bit, but given the opportunity to continue the discussion and where ODE can make more specific direction through rules. Because the legislative process, there's very little chance. I would like to hope that I could get something done in 2016, but it may not happen. This is not an official announcement, but my wife has said I can run for re-election. So I think I can look forward to maybe the 2017 too. But I'd like to move the ball a little far ahead in 2016 if we can come up with something. But I think as I've talked to the staff of ODE, the main thing is you're here, you're interested. We know that this is a subject that's very important to schools and to our families and to everyone, that we need to do something. And that's, again, appreciate all your time on this.
So facilitator's prerogative, we've got some people teed up, probably just joined us on the phone or joined our group. Only a couple of more people who are scheduled to speak, and then it's really free form. So please, I hate to feel that I need to do this, but I do want to move to our last couple folks who are going to speak, starting with Christy Perry, Superintendent of Salem Kaiser.
Right, so Heidi and I have had the good fortune of being superintendents together for quite a while. So we lived in the years of the recession, and we cut our budgets, and we scraped by. So any change to the state school fund, any change to the poverty weighting, any change that affected us that we didn't see coming from small districts, it became sometimes catastrophic. So while when I was in Dallas, our poverty was nothing compared to Umatilla, the poverty formula change in Dallas, just coming off of this really difficult recession and difficult cutting across districts in Oregon, was another teacher and a half. Another teacher and a half in a small district seems like nothing now that I'm in Salem Kaiser, but in Dallas it's everything. And it's a difference in class size. So we have to be really careful about looking at unintended consequences, because from the base, our schools are still struggling, and that's really important. We were talking a lot about the economies of scale that in a large district you have, that in a small district you do not have those economies of scale. At the same time, in Salem Kaiser, we have such greater poverty. we have greater numbers of our English language learners, and with those come greater need for more education, and more education costs more. So I want to tell you a little bit about our school district. Is we have 65 schools in our school district. 29 of those schools, so really edging up on half of our schools, are eligible for Title I funding, so that federal funding. And as I look back over our last 3 years, we have just consistently gotten the same amount of money from the federal Title I, and we have had to allocate it further. So we've increased like 3 or 4 schools in the past 3 years, which doesn't seem like a big deal until one of them is a high school and one is a middle school. And these are high schools of 2,000 to 2,200 kids. So small districts in Oregon that maybe have 2,000 kids, I have all in one high school. And now a high school is eligible for title funding. The question was asked earlier about what does that look like in terms of what a school can lose and gain. So one of our high schools in Salem has hovered around the 70%. We only fund at 70%, so 1 year they're in, the next year they're out, and it can be about $250,000 to $300,000, and it's generally in staffing, because the majority of our title schools choose to invest their title dollars in highly qualified teachers that can do more for kids. We have lots of after-school and before-school programs, but the bulk of the funding, we really push into the school day because we know that's where the kids come. So we push in to get greater reading access, to get more intentional instruction, to make sure our teachers really know how to teach kids that are second language learners and in poverty kids. So for a high school, that swing in money is 1 year you have it, 1 year you don't. And it's all about the numbers of staff that you have. Funding at 70% and above for title schools is a high level to fund at. In Dallas, I was funding my elementary schools at 40%. All 3 of our elementary schools qualified for title funding, and it didn't matter year to year as they hovered between 40 and 50% because we didn't have anybody close to 75%, so we had no requirement to fund them. In Salem-Keizer, we're on the verge of every school that qualifies also has to be funded by the federal mandate. So as we increase, we're now up to 29 of those schools. We've increased by, I think, 5 over the last 3 years. We just flatten the pot, flatten the pot, flatten the pot, spread it out, spread it out. And it comes a point in time when does it really make a difference with the amount of money we're giving, does it really make a difference for kids in that school? But at a federal level, we're required to fund at 75% and above. So it's just a really unique challenge with the funding. What I will also tell you is we've been doing a lot of work with early learning, and we've tried to link very closely with the early learning hubs, which I think is the right work for us, because when our kids come into kindergarten, we kind of have blocked out our schools by free and reduced lunch, because it's the easiest way to get a glimpse at poverty in our schools. And so our schools that come in that are below 40%, we clump those schools together and average their kindergarten readiness assessment scores. So an example is on letter names. Our high SES school come in at about 22% of the letter names. At our low SES schools, which are 80% and above free and reduced lunch, 7%. So immediately our kids enter our schools with a big gap. Third grade reading, high SES schools averages about 80%. Low SES schools about 42%. And are these really highly impacted schools really not making progress with kids? You look at the third grade reading scores and you think, wow, how can you not raise the bar? How can you not get them a little higher? Well, our high SES schools come in here, our low SES schools come in here, our high SES schools take them here, our low SES schools take them there. are they really not growing at a minimum the same rate? So we know that we've got to also really boost the foundation. We've tried this year, and Janet knows this about us and our title dollars, we've tried to say our biggest and most important investment is in early learning, especially at the elementary level. And we've tried to reshift some of our title dollars so that elementary schools can really do the intervention work that they need to do at a very early age with our kids, because we know we know where they're coming from. And that's really challenging within the federal guidelines, even though we know that the very best thing we could do is invest early on. Heidi knows that if she could invest in formula for her parents who can't purchase formula, she knows that investment would yield such great benefits from the moment those kids are born. But a lot of the guidelines prevent that. So that's kind of always the push and pull of title funding. But when we think a little bit about I think you might have mentioned it earlier about what does it mean to be poor in rural Oregon and what does it mean to be poor in our cities and in our more populated communities. And what I'll tell you in Salem-Keizer is we have such greater access to resources. We have a foundation that is one of the top foundations in the state, purely focused on education and putting resources back into that school. Today we're celebrating that we are going to be a district Aspire district, so that we'll have an Aspire program in every middle school and high school, because our foundation is so committed to making sure that every school in our district has access. And Aspire is a career and college readiness mentorship program. So we have this great access while we have these very different challenges. So from a school superintendent, I'll tell you, who's lived in two very different worlds, only across one river between Dallas and Salem-Keizer, the challenges are different. When you think about our numbers of students that come in with English as their second language, if I had 79 bilingual teachers drop into my community today, I would put them to work tomorrow. 79 is the number I need to fully staff bilingual programs the way we know it would make a difference. And there aren't 79 bilingual teachers that will graduate in this state this year. So we know the models that work for getting kids to be English proficient, but from a teacher shortage standpoint, it's a really big challenge, even with additional money. So all the challenges aren't resource challenges, they're teachers, they're how kids come in. And when you have kids come into your system who English is their second language and they don't have a strong academic language in their native language, 5 years to get them to proficiency. As much as we would like them to get to be English speakers in 2 years, and we try to push English right when they walk in, that really academic language in both English and Spanish, it still is going to take us time to get there. But what I'll also tell you is kids that are in bilingual programs in Salem-Keizer, and this is similar in the state, that come into our school districts and start in kindergarten or first grade and follow along with us by 11th grade, when they've exited our EL programs, they are outperforming our Caucasian 11th graders in reading and really right there in math. So we know we have the ability and our students have the promise to do great things. We just have to get them in school, have them attend school regularly, start really early, and resource our schools appropriately. I think that was the end of my comments. My daughter is in Douglas County, and her fiance is a police officer. So I've been fielding this. He is fine, she is fine, but a 20-year-old daughter is a little up and needs her mom right now. So I've been texting her. She's now taken her dogs to the beach, and is choosing to not think about this anymore as her fiance is working very hard at Umpqua Community College. So I'm a little scattered in my
Yeah.
thinking.
Thank you for hanging in there for us. Any questions? Yes.
And just I'd like your thoughts on this. So I have a feeling if every kid went to your district, no matter how much money we gave you, they do great if you're able to hang on to them. But the challenge that I'm confronted with is that if your mobility rates are like ours, and ours are running between 15 and 20%, and sometimes higher, then the amount of time you're keeping these kids and the new kids you're having to start from scratch on to start from wherever they come in, and then they're going off to maybe not even a title school because it lost it due to a change in the poverty rate. How do we ensure continuity for those kids that are just passing around the state? What strategies do we pursue there? The ones that stay, yeah, we have a reasonable chance of making an investment, creating a long-term plan, and doing something. The kids that are most disrupted tend to be kids who are also low SES. How do we come up with a better plan for serving them?
So within our district, we have been, and this is hard from a teacher perspective, but we have been really intentional within our district about our curriculum maps and how we lay out the standards, not to take away teacher autonomy, but because we know our kids move. And a lot of our kids, so if we can at least control within our boundaries, and I don't know what that could mean on a statewide basis, but if we can at least control within our boundaries some of the sequencing, at least when they hop around, because we will have kids that go to 3 schools within a year. And so if they can leave one school and when they get to the next school, they're in a similar place in the curriculum, that can help. And generally, our kids are mobile within a geographic area, and it's usually fully title funded. But I don't know how to apply that sort of a strategy statewide, or if that's even possible, but some of that sequencing of curriculum and common standards district to district is really important. And the other thing that's been high on my list for so many years, and I now and then think I gained some traction on it, is around chronic absenteeism. And it, in Dallas, because I was an elementary there, principal there in two different schools, I had I have one family I picture who, when I was leaving as superintendent, I attended truancy court for her younger brother. Well, this is a family who, when their daughter was in kindergarten, I went to her house, knocked on her door as an elementary principal, and got her out of bed and would walk her back to school. So as a junior, she's back in front of the judge, and her brother's in front of the judge. Her brother had missed a year and a half of school, and he was a 5th grader. And that is not an abnormal amount for our kids with chronic absenteeism. And we don't have a good link. We don't really have a good link between our link with DHS, any of the programs they get around what happens when you don't send your kids to school. We can take them before the judge. We can help a judge know the types of things. I've got a great pilot I'm working through in Kaiser trying to tackle this, but we do have to insist in some ways that as a system, we find ways to motivate parents to get kids to school. Because at least if we can get them to school, then we have an opportunity. And we have no opportunity at all when they miss a year and a half of school by the time they're in 5th grade. So that didn't totally answer your question, but it's kind of swirls around it.
I have a question related to that is for both of you. I mean, out of all these pools of funding we've been discussing, what are the sources that are for parent engagement and creating those linkages? Are there restricted sources, or if not, do you find that you have flexibility with the things you have?
We have the ability to put parent engagement in our CAPS, which are our, I can't remember what that stands for, but it's our school improvement plan for our title schools. And every school has to write a school improvement plan for how they'll use their title funding. And then I believe there's a portion of the district funds that come off for parent engagement. And we also use our early learning work with the Early Learning Hub. We have 8 catchment area schools that are in our highest poverty that get some kindergarten partnership and innovation dollars. And it really is about engaging those parents even before they get to kindergarten. And how do you get books into those homes? We have some data about the numbers of books in homes from a Hoover school versus another school in our district, and it's pretty shocking. So we know the importance of that parent engagement, and even when it comes to chronic absenteeism, my hope with the judge is he could sanction them to a parenting class. Wouldn't that be the gift to give a family of a first grader who never got to school? Is a gift of learning how to parent better. So there's an intentional piece in all of our title funding, and it's meant for, there's a big piece of it that's meant for that work with parents.
We're really similar. Oh, sorry.
No, I just wanted to go back to the mobility piece. The one piece that I know that we see in Portland a lot, okay, families are being priced out of Portland because Portland is so expensive. So affordable housing, but not just affordable housing, because that's different than low-income housing. So as a state, part of it is we have to begin to align, and I don't know in terms of the legislative, we have to begin to align other systems of care that intentionally support what we're attempting to do. Because in terms of providing those wraparound supports, and I live in Portland, I work in Portland, and we have amazing networks of support, and it's still not enough. When I get a phone call yesterday about the freshman who was chronically absent and is crying because the resource agency that could give the anti-poverty services to keep their electricity on doesn't have money until October 1st, and it's the 30th, and we've got staff that are trying to call the electric company and say, just give us a one-day extension and we can get you the money. So like the amount of staff time and resources to get a one-day extension, and we're fortunate because we have the staff and we have the resources, but then we have landlords that are slumlords. We have families facing toxic mold. So when I begin to look at like some of these barrier pieces, just in Portland, housing that our families can, most families don't want to move 3 times. They want a place where their kids can go to school and make friends and do the things, but they're being priced out. And then if they're not being priced out, they have really lousy landlords that are offensive at many, many levels. And so I just wanted to say, so part of this, when we're looking at this, we need cross-jurisdictional alignment. And then I want to comment on the DHS piece, only because I had a conversation with DHS earlier this week. There is no statute on educational neglect in this state, even though according to our child abuse training and reporting, we are supposed to be calling it in. Nothing happens when we call it in. And so we're creating some potential pilots, but again, this is in Multnomah County where there are different resources. But again, when I begin to look at this, we're not the only district that has an issue with severe and chronic absenteeism. We've got schools running as high as 30% in Portland Public Schools. So we're attempting to address it, but we need some other pieces to put into place because it's beyond our ability to impact it.
So folks, we've got a couple people queued up. We're almost done with that presentation stuff, but I do want to respect the folks that were told they were going to present. So Bill Thorndike, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
So Bill, this is Peter Tromba. Thank you very much for joining the work group. I've got your PowerPoint queued up. If you would do us a favor and give just a brief intro of who you are and why you're joining us, and then I'll advance the slides when you tell me it's time.
Super, great. Thank you very, very much. My name's Bill Thorndike, and I'm a businessman from the Medford area in Southern Oregon. And I really appreciate this opportunity. I serve on the Oregon Business Council, and which helps facilitate the Oregon Business Summit that looks at where we as a state need to be if we want to be successful in the future. And we were very, very pleased 2 years ago to include a plank on our plan that included reducing poverty in the state of Oregon. And so it's through that lens I'll be talking to you this morning very briefly. My history in education reform goes back to 1991 when I was on the original School to Work Task Force Committee, the last committee for education reform, and had the privilege of chairing the Quality Education Commission when Brian was much younger, but now he's much more learned. So nice to see Brian's name again on there. What's unique about the Oregon Business Council Poverty Task Force is that we're seeking to actually change public policy based on good information and knowledge about people in poverty in Oregon. And during the last session, we were very successful in looking at some different types of programs, whether it was the individual development account, the earned income tax credit, changes to TANF, changes to other programs that would help improve reducing poverty in the state of Oregon. And again, more along the lines of what we're seeing in healthcare reform, where it's a transition over a long period of time rather than a series of cliffs. So we're continuing to do work there, but we also have been able to utilize some resources that came through a foundation that I have the privilege of serving on, Northwest Area Foundation, in actually looking at some demonstration projects across the state relative to what can communities do to change the dynamics around success for the K through 12 and also in working towards economic prosperity. And so we're doing that. And again, the great thing with being an Oregonian is that we also have the Oregon Solutions model to use as a way to basically recognize these types of projects, and again, endorsed from the governor, and also requiring partners to actually declare what they're going to be working on and how they can collaborate. And so what I'm going to briefly run through is an example of that that we've created in Jackson and Josephine County. And it's the Southern Oregon Success Post-Secondary Encouragement Project that we've been involved in over the last couple of years. My co-conveners include was Scott Perry, who recently retired as superintendent of the Southern Oregon ESD, but Scotty Beveridge is continuing it on, and then Steve Thorpe, who recently retired as director for the Southern Oregon University Division of Education, Health, and Leadership. But again, we had three people, again, put together this project, and what was fascinating was our ability to really ask ourselves, who needs to be at the table? And so Southern Oregon Success realized that at the table, we needed K through 12, we needed higher education, we needed to have different governmental agencies and different social service agencies at the table. And as you can see from the slide, we have a lengthy number of people who were brought together to learn about and to connect between our different groups in trying to, again, address a population that really needs coordinated help to move it forward. So again, that is what we have been creating over the last couple of years, and there's no bones about it. It is hard work. It takes time for different institutions and the leaders in those institutions to reach a level of trust and even knowledge of how to work in tandem with families and students towards success. We also know that one of the things that we can do that really would leverage all of this is how to connect to other businesses and groups in your communities, whether they're foundations or whatever, to leverage this work. So we went out and first of all did some good research before we brought everyone together. And again, we found consistencies in talking to the schools, and we actually included Klamath County in this also. But the question in today's world of the difficulty in connecting students to work experience, i.e. the school to work experience, career skills, as being lacking. We also highly recognize that for many students and their families that there are issues around their relationship on not only physical health, but behavioral health, and their relationship with a whole range of different human services organizations. I think what we have found, and I'm sure that you've heard it over and over again, is that those schools that really work to engage parents and to keep parents engaged are the schools where we're seeing some of the most dramatic changing, particularly relative to supporting young people in moving forward to a post-secondary work and skill sets. We also realize, and again, we all know, we swim in data. But the question is the data usable so that we can actually trace and understand what's happening to a student over time? And again, Oregon can be very proud because we have a very, very rich database, and I think we're learning more and more how to utilize that base so that hopefully from pre-K through post-education, again, we'll be able to connect and see the results of what some of these programs have over a long period of time around success. So we're certainly working on that. The next slide basically indicates that, again, while this post-secondary encouragement tool, it takes a lot of different ways to potentially impact individual students and help them. And so again, what we're looking at here, and I hope you have a chance to look at it in more detail, again, is this framework or this sieve that basically will catch students if they have some specific needs beyond what is traditionally done in the school system or the family or with social service agencies. The next couple of slides basically shows that this takes a long time when you have that many organizations just trying to do the doodle poll as to when you can get everyone together is a challenge. But it's very heartening, again, because of the support of the ESD, of higher education, etc., to actually bring all of those parties together, finding a room big enough so that the partners can start to hear about each other and learn how to work more effectively together. But again, we've been doing that, and again, it certainly identifies, again, how you go about sharing a commitment to actually doing something, and as overhearing, again, the importance of liaisons, of connectors between the different groups is really key. In January of this year, we were very pleased to have the governor in Southern Oregon and to have representation from all of those different agencies sitting down and putting pen to paper, signing that, yes, this is something that we want to do, and there are identifiable aspects that we want to work on. So what we're seeing, again, is, first of all, increased parent attendance at post-secondary preparation events. I just heard the superintendent talking about, as a principal, going out and knocking on those doors. So in places like Rogue River, it makes a tremendous difference to go out and connect with the parents, and once that's done. It then talks about the reality is that some of these agencies working with the school districts can bring together resources and funds that hopefully can be maybe directed in a different way that really help and assist with this. So whether it's WIA funds or others that we can do this. Again, just reinforcing the importance of parents, family, connecting with the schools, connecting with the other groups in the valley. The nice thing is that when you start doing these types of things, you become aware of types of grants or types of programs that can be extended to students so that they can continue on with their work. Oregon can be proud of the work that is done around the NCRC, the National Career Readiness Certificate, implemented in high schools, so that as students transition from school, if they need to go out and be employed before they seek additional certifications and training, that they can show that they're job ready and that they're connected to the community. So again, in a nutshell, I think we can be proud of an example in an area as diverse as Jackson and Josephine County of working together and starting to make incremental improvements. Success is not going to come with a silver, I hate to use the word today, bullet, but unfortunately it's going to take the communities as whole to figure out how we can work with each individual student, how we can improve school districts, how we can improve the community. So again, just an example of another approach, and I certainly am pleased to see the state and Representative Wisnet's proposal. I think some of the best work in Oregon is done during the interim when you can actually come together and bring this type of information together so that our legislature can then act based on good information in moving programs and progress in this area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Bill. And if you could stay on for a second, I'd like to ask the work group if they have any follow-up questions for you.
Thank you. Yep.
Bill, this is Gene Wisnet. Thank you for your presentation. I think we're doing some of that same stuff in Central Oregon, and I'm familiar with the National Career Readiness Certificate. We've talked about that in the legislature, but we need good people like you involved in being leadership to look after our youth and grow our youth. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Just ask Bill if any of the CCOs down there are involved. I didn't catch that.
Bill, do you have CCO representation with your SOS group?
Yes, very much so. And, the interesting thing with our community assessment, and as many of you might know, we actually have 3 CCOs operating in Jackson and Jefferson County. And in the community assessment, again, one of the assessments was around good jobs and a healthy economy. So, yes, and again, we've been extremely blessed with the role that the CCO has played down here, and I always say it's much better to have the payor as a player than being distant. So again, I think it talks about how these types of programs, when they can really be localized and connected, can really make a difference.
Any other questions from the work group? Bill, we really appreciate you taking the time. Please stay on for as long as you can. One of our objectives in the next 2 hours is going to be putting forward proposals. I took some notes on what you had to say, but it might be after the phone call that you might have some proposals to send, and if you do, just send them to my attention.
Great, I will. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave the conversation. I am wearing my hat as chairman of the Southern Oregon University Board of Trustees, and I'm interfacing around co-governance issues over here. So,
well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Bye.
And finally, I'd like to invite up Emily Burnt, the Director of Partnerships for 211 Info. And Emily, you can sit here once Seth cues up your presentation.
While she's getting ready, Peter,
yes.
She mentioned regional solutions. Are you on those committees, superintendents and educators? That's where you get the governor's office directly involved in some of your issues. And the National Readiness Certificate, community colleges do that, but high schools can issue those too, I think, and so you do that one good. And the one thing I guess I want to talk to Peter later is I wish that ELC was here because I think more and more we're talking about the CCOs and the ELC hubs of getting involved in all this working together, and I think we've talked a lot about that. The lady from Portland school system talked about. We had yesterday we were looking at ways and means about the CCOs that changing how they're doing the rates, and Dr. Bates sits on that, and he was saying that a lot of time people are coming in and seeing the doctor, and because of depression or something, he gives them a pill, but he says, I can't give them what they need. They need a house, they need a job, they need a car. Yep. And he says, so needs to be this interface, or the CCOs, I think, are trying to look and getting more into all sorts of social issues, not just medicine, but if you can get that person working a job, a car, then they don't need to come to the doctor, and then we have less cost in the health care. So it's really it's complicated. I'm old enough that I tell people that I grew up in the South, and my grandmother was the baby of, my maternal grandmother was the baby of 13 children. Well, she was, and to go back the years, and she was a single parent. Well, that wasn't cool back then. And but she was actually homeless, but she wasn't homeless because she had 12 brothers and sisters. And so her and my mother moved around and lived with uncles and aunts, so they wasn't homeless. And now, because of mobility and our society is changing, that's opportunity. The extended family is not the safety net; it's the nonprofits and you and I that are the safety net. So.
And just, we did invite ELC. There was some scheduling conflicts. I think they will be participating. And the idea of fleshing out more this regional approach is something I think that's going to come forward in our next meeting, because there's a lot of it going on. Here you go, Emily.
Thank you.
Take it away. And explain a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Emily. I'm the Director of Partnerships at 2-in-1, and we were invited today to kind of talk to you about community resources and data. How many of you are familiar with 2-in-1? Some of you are not. So I'm just going to give a quick presentation about 2-in-1 and then kind of talk about what we're seeing, who's calling us, and community issues that are arising. So 2-in-1 is a 3-digit number that we have been in the entire state of Oregon since 2013. And we also cover Southwest Washington, Clark, and Skamania County. And over the years, we really have shifted our model to work with the community, specific on technology issues, which I'll talk about a little bit. So 2-in-1 is a 3-digit number that people can call. You can call the call center Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. In some counties, we are 24/7, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We also have an email and texting program, and over the years, our email and text numbers have significantly risen where people are contacting us. One thing that I'm really excited about, today we are launching a new app. So 2-in-1 has an app for phones, and that was a project under DHS with the Homeless and Runaway Youth Program, and it was designed with the youth, by the youth, for the youth. So it was kind of great to be involved in that project. So you guys can all download the app. Our online database. So really why I'm here is to talk about our database and the resources we have. So I'll spend a little bit more time on that. At 2-in-1, the call center, we have highly trained, compassionate staff who are trained on empathy, active listening, crisis management. When you call the call center, every person who calls 2-in-1, we do a quick assessment asking quite a few demographic questions, which then help us get them to the services that they may need. And that's where the data is coming from. So everybody who calls 2-in-1, we ask their zip code, their monthly household income, if they have children, the age of their youngest child. We do a quick screening, automatic screening for SNAP, TANF, WIC, and health insurance. So really wanting all of our callers to understand what they qualify for. And then we go into the database to let them know of the other programs that they can access. Texting, you can text 898-211. You can also search online. And this is one thing you'll see coming up. We are working closely with home visiting teams, the family resource programs, home health care workers to train them how to navigate on our website. So they may be at a patient's home or a client's house or meeting them elsewhere. They can get on their phones, their iPads right then and there and find out which community agency may have rent, energy, food, housing, different things like that. We also, over the past couple years, have really changed our model to have specialty programs. And currently in 5 counties in Oregon, we have a parent education line. And a person can call 2-in-1 who has a child under the age of 8 looking for parenting resources, behavioral resources, and different things like that. We have a maternal child health team who is really experts in maternal child health, so prenatal, postnatal, reproductive health, STI, STD screening, and really helps them understand health issues and how to access services. We have a SNAP specialist who works on with the state of Oregon, as well as advocates for clients on their behalf. So works really closely if a person's having food access issues, different things like that. She spends a lot of time, let's say someone calls it Friday at 5 o'clock, they realize their SNAP benefits are out. She can back end call someone at DHS, back end call someone at a food pantry, and try to get someone into easy services. Housing. In Multnomah County, we actually do family shelter coordination and placement. So we are 24/7 where families can call. We enroll them into a screening list and work with a wide team in Portland that will work to house them. We also manage a website called Housing Connections, and that is in the metro region, and that is changing, but it is, other communities are starting to look at getting a web search tool with that, similar to that. And that is a list of Section 8 housing, low-income housing that people would qualify for. Also, during different times of the year, we do different projects. So this summer, our resource team works closely with agencies all over the state to get a list of who may be having a back-to-school fair, who may be having a backpack event. Right now, we're working really closely with the key partner agencies to get holiday assistance information. So people are looking for Thanksgiving food boxes, gift programs for their children, hot meal sites. During severe weather times, you can call 211. We can tell you where the severe weather shelters are. We have partnerships with agencies all over the state. So Scott Cougar's team will call us and say, severe weather's been called, and we will create a record and let people know what agencies they can go to. We're the flu hotline for the state of Oregon. We also, in Multnomah County, worked with the education district as well as PPS, where people would call 211 and say, what district do I go to? When is the registration date? Summer meal site, SNAP sites, family shelter placement. So last year we had over 400,000 contacts. And as you can see, the web visits are a lot higher than the calls. And just to let you know about calls, the benefit of calling the call center is the call center staff, again, empathetic, compassionate. They will help someone really understand, okay, tonight might be the first night that you're homeless. Let's get you a blanket, let's get you this information. Whereas in the call center, they'll spend a lot more time helping them understand their needs. A lot of first-time callers really call 211. Web, again, we're training the public to really go to the website. Sometimes our wait times are a little bit higher during the first of the month, different times, seasons of the year. So really letting people know how to use our website. Top calls: housing, energy, food, shelters, and clinics. With the healthcare transformation, this number actually has decreased. So before, people were calling us regularly trying to get healthcare, and it's been really exciting to see how many more people have health insurance. Who is calling us? This is just a little quick snapshot. 80% of our callers are below the federal poverty level. 60% of our callers who are calling report that they have at least one child under the age of 18. And that is data that we have. With our database, really kind of talking about our database. So currently we have a database.
Kimberly, can you go back?
Yes.
To the male, female?
Right.
Yeah.
This is the gender they identify as. And
Wow.
male versus female calling, yeah. Did you have more questions? Or?
No,
That's what it is.
Thought-provoking.
Yeah. So really wanted to talk about our database. So our database, the best way to look at it, we have about 2,600 agencies and over 30,000 programs. So I'm going to use the community action agencies in this room as an example. So they have a community action, here's the agency, but they may have 20 different programs. So there's 20 different records for all of those programs. So that is the explanation of the agencies versus sites. For every record in the database, I'm not expecting you to read this, but we have detailed information about the address, what services they provide, fees, eligibility, hours, languages. And over the years, we've really worked with our agencies to give us client information that would benefit the client as well as the agency. So we don't need to know the mission statement or your vision statement. We need to know if someone needs to go to the red door, someone needs to bring their social security card on Tuesday, babies may need to go to daycare. So that is the information that's in our database. This is just kind of an example, and I don't know if you put the report in there, but we offered a report showing how many agencies there are in each region that people can search for services. So this is a great example. So in Marion County, you have 178 agencies physically located, 312 sites physically located, but you have over 1,600 more programs that they may qualify for that are statewide agencies. So that's the great thing about the 211 database. It's not just specific to your region. So again, I will use the Community Action Agency as an example. So this is the partnership that we have with some of our key agencies. I can tell Scott or Mary Lee how many referrals we made to their agency and break it down by the need of the caller. So with this agency, we made 500 referrals to this agency, but 230 of them were energy assistance, 4 of them were home rehabilitation programs, weatherization programs. So those are the referrals that we make to the agencies. I think that was kind of a quick overview. Yes?
Can a family have more than one, so I could call and I need help with a whole bunch of stuff because I need help with rent assistance and credit counseling, so that the one family might account for multiple referrals?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So many needs are given during the call, but when you call 211, we really try to focus to only giving them 3 referrals.
Okay.
So that is the great thing about the call center, is they really can help a person assess their immediate need. And a classic call is, I have a loaf of bread in the fridge, I'm out of food, my baby only has 1 or 2 diapers left, and my SNAP benefits right now. Okay. So right away we help them understand, okay, let's get you the diapers right away, let's get you to a food pantry tonight, and tomorrow maybe a DHS office. And always inviting them to call back, because we have found if you give them a long list, as you can imagine, a person in crisis, they're not going to call all of those agencies. Yes?
If you were on a work group that wanted to make a difference about poor kids in poverty as it relates to educational outcomes, based on your data, what would you say? It's a big question.
I don't know. I think, Mary, I think with 211, we see so much that people do not have housing. We see so much with people having a hard access to those basic needs. For me personally, I believe food is a huge issue. I think if you don't have food, your brain's not working, so forth, so on, causing the trickle down. But I mean, our people are calling every day who do not have access to housing. We have a lot of people who are living with other people. We have so many people who are relying on others to get their needs met. And that is one thing that's great about 211. We work also with faith-based agencies. So it's not just nonprofits that we're referring to. Faith-based agencies really have kind of stepped up and are providing quite a bit of services to 211. Yes, sir.
I think we funded, how long have you been in operation? We funded you pretty
Yes.
good. I think it's coming under Housing and Community Services budget as a part of that.
It came out of the DHS budget.
It
So
came
this
out of the
past year, we got $1 million per biennium from the DHS.
And how many calls do you get from schools or teachers or principals or superintendents?
We're starting to see more client managers, caregivers who are calling 211 looking for services.
We're very blessed in Deschutes County in that every school in Deschutes County has a fan advocate
Yes.
network. And that person is in the school, and that person's responsible for knowing where, like 211's doing here, how to help that kid get clothes, coat for the winter, health services and things like that. But this is another good.
Yeah, so that is a lot of the teams that we're spending time training. So those
Family, yeah.
resource teams, the family navigators within CCOs. We're working closely with the early learning teams around the state. But that is kind of where our model really has shifted. It's more of a kind of a train the trainer model rather than just going to outreach events and meeting with the parents. So it's going and meeting with a bunch of teachers at once and saying, this is 211, this is how it could benefit you, different things like that.
You weren't here earlier, but we got a terrible report that the homeless is going up for the kids for high school
Yeah.
in the state. And that's, a couple of years ago, some young lady asked if she could work on my campaign. I said, sure, can I talk to your parents and see if it's okay or something? And I found out about couch surfing. And that's what high school kids are out, staying with their friends or boyfriends or something, living on the couch. It's really
So 211 in a nutshell.
I do want to note the other side of the client experience. 211 is great, we love 211. But the best 211 can do is tell you who provides that service. It doesn't mean the service is there. So for many of our clients, the experience is call 211, tell you to call Neighbor Impact because they handle housing stabilization, call Neighbor Impact, and we say, well, due to the fact that Congress can't get its act together and pass a continuing resolution, at this time we have no housing available and may or may not have any for the next 3 weeks. Call us back. Enough of that, and they quit calling. Those connector pieces on the other end, those fan liaisons, those homeless liaisons in the schools, are the critical piece that prompts those families to keep calling, keep trying, and try another avenue after they've talked to 211. Just having 211 isn't a solution.
No.
And I really don't want to leave anybody with that impression. Not to take away from the value.
No, that's right.
But
You're right, Scott. And we cannot survive without these guys giving us their updated information. So that is where we've really shifted over the years. Community action agencies, so in Multnomah County, I'll use it as an example, we work with 8 agencies that can update daily if they have energy assistance, rent assistance. So we're saving their agency time, we're not sending people to the wrong door, and we want to make sure that information is up to date. And really our energy and rent assistance, I could say for the state of Oregon, we have a communication with those key partners to make sure we're giving out up-to-date information. So that's it.
Thank you very much. I do
Yeah.
want to draw your attention to the fact that the report that you were sent has 2 appendices from 211. Then there was a third appendix that was so big the email system of the state kept rejecting it. But it's been copied here. There's 20 copies. Let's not hand them out because both people can take them. So I don't think there's enough for everyone when you do that. But that's available on the back table. Thank you very, very much for providing that. And for the service you do. We've had 211 folks out in schools where I've been principal of, and I get that it doesn't mean the service is there, but for a lot of K-12 educators, my experience was they've never heard of this at all.
Yeah.
And I know how many people have never heard of this at all, and it is a first step. It might not necessarily be all the steps, but.
And we have a lot of data and insight into your community that we can offer to you for your region, for your area, and what specific needs. So you have reports, you've probably seen some reports at 211. They're flashy, they're pretty, but they're pretty flat. We have more detailed information that we could provide that you can pick and choose. So like I'm working with an agency, I can tell them how many people from X zip code called looking for diapers on this exact date. And that is information that is available.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
And that ends the formal folks who've been lined up and have graciously given us a bunch of info and probably a lot swimming around in your head. It's 10 after 2, and our goal between now and the end of the session, and I think we'll stop when we stop getting ideas, when the group sort of runs out of steam, we'll see, is to begin trying to get out some topics for consideration as we move forward. There's a lot of folks in the audience who came very, very interested in this, who might have things that they want to say, and I'm open, especially after the work group has had at least one through, people feel like they want to be able to say something, to have anybody speak at this point, and after the meeting's over to receive emails on this topic moving forward, because if you're like me, your best idea is going to come in the shower tomorrow morning, or walking the dog on Saturday, or some other time that's not sitting at the meeting, wondering if you can tolerate another cup of coffee to stay awake. But with that sort of frame, I'd like, starting with the work group members, to either ask questions or start even putting forward some thoughts about proposals, maybe that you've got right now or you walked in thinking about. And Representative Wisnett might be one of those. There might be others who want to get us going, but maybe not. Okay. And I personally have thought about this a lot, but would pretty much like to avoid suggesting too much in the very, very beginning from our office, because we're really here in a listening mode as well. So I'll just stop talking and see if folks want to start suggesting things that have come up to them that we want to consider for moving forward, or further analysis, or what have you.
So one of my takeaways from the morning that was frustrating was talking about the role of special ed and how it all fits. And it seems like poverty certainly brings, I would assume, people in poverty have a high level of acute childhood effects that happen. You mentioned certainly about not having milk to drink, so you do something. And there are a lot of things that go on. And it seems like the siloing of special ed separate from poverty funding doesn't make any sense. And certainly would like to see what can be done. Now what I heard is there's a cap on special ed, and I think I heard because school districts may take advantage of that one. But the inverse of that concept, it seems like with the cap of special ed, particularly for high poverty areas, really hurts particularly early intervention with kids. And I'm just wondering if some way that special ed funding and that cap can be part of this discussion and any kind of the solutions.
We can certainly bring that to the room the next time. One of the researchers who works in Brian's shop, Blake Whitson, helped us out a lot last year analyzing early identification, so that's 0 to 3, early childhood special education, 3 to 5, and then K-12 special education. And we were particularly looking at race and ethnicity, but we might be able to further take a look at that. But I do want to let you know it's really interesting when you look at that data. For instance, K through 12, you have a disproportionately high representation of students of color in K through 12 special education, particularly Native American and Native American students and Black African American students. When you look at early intervention, you don't see the same disproportionate identification. It's much more proportionate to the population. Whites are actually even a little overrepresented. One way to possibly look at that is that early in life is different than later in terms of people's access to being identified or not identified. And it may be that some folks, maybe some white kids of means, are getting identified earlier, and they therefore get the services they need, so by kinder, they're not in special education. Whereas some other students, maybe not native English speakers or what have you, or Native American students, don't get identified early, and they end up being so far behind by kinder, and then so there's a lot of research to do from the race ethnicity point of view. I don't think it's as easy with poverty. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but student level data, I don't know if it's easy, but we could follow up on that.
Yeah, we do have student level data indicating whether they qualify for premium
Okay.
lunch or not. It's not the best indicator, but it's really the only one we have.
Yeah. But there's no doubt about it, national data absolutely verifies that poverty predicts special education status. It correlates.
But,
Peter, if I may go back.
The 11% cap issue, what's the history of that one?
Mr. Duncan, if I can go back, Ron, you, and when was it, 2015 or 13, there was a task force on school funding. And one of the issue I think Devlin's chaired it or whatever, but there was a statement about the special needs, or that they didn't touch it. In other words, it's too complicated for the report that they sent out. I can make it available to you, but it was Mr. Brian Reeder, Task Force Report, July 14, 2014, on Task Force on School Funding. And to be honest with you, the way I read this, and then Brian can comment yes or no, they said, we're not gonna touch the special, the formula for the special need children, realizing that that's talking about a child that's on a machine or something like that. It's very expensive. In one school district, it can just, like you say, wipe out the whole budget. But that's, am I correct, Brian, in what I'm saying? And the cap on that, the legislature is, we've upped it a couple of times, we've changed it a couple of times. It's a big problem. I don't think we'll ever let a school go under because they can't afford to do it. But we do have schools like, it's at one time in my legislative career, I had the school district of one person in Brothers, had one student. So I don't know that that's not what 2968 would, it would try to get into addressing that issue. I don't know that, I agree with what you're saying is that's part of poverty. But the funding for that is separate than the funding for poverty. So far, there's been no agreement that we can tackle it or we can change the formula to take care of that. Am I saying that?
Yeah, I think that's right. The program that Representative Whitman is talking about is one that I didn't mention earlier, and it's called the High Cost Disability Fund. And if a student, if serving a student costs more than $30,000, then the state will reimburse any amount above $30,000. And the cap started at 25, I think, and was later raised to 30. And the issue came up: should we change that cap again? And there were some people advocating for raising the cap, and others advocating for lowering the cap. Given that dynamic, they chose not to address the issue. What they did do was recommend that more money be put in that fund. Up until last year, I think, if there wasn't enough money in the fund, it would be prorated, and so districts weren't getting fully reimbursed for amounts above $30,000. They were getting back about 40% of what they spent above $30,000. So the task force did recommend more money be put in that fund, and I do believe
80% reimbursement versus.
Yeah, the legislature did.
They doubled it.
Yeah, they doubled the money.
They
so,
doubled the amount.
But that's the real intent of that is what the representative said, is a small school district that may have a budget of $1 million, if they have one student that costs $100,000 to serve because they have these very expensive needs, can just destroy the entire district's budget.
And you're speaking about medically fragile children.
Exactly.
As opposed to children that have behavioral issues or have.
Yeah, I think the students who are the most expensive are the medically fragile ones. They very often require a full-time attendant while they're at school and so forth. So it's really not directly related to the poverty issue. That particular fund, those are really sort of extraordinary cases, but cases where students are identified both as special ed and who are also in poverty. That's something that we, at least the department, hasn't taken a deep look at. But certainly we can provide some information.
We can, yeah. Did you want to follow up, Heidi, to that comment?
Yes, Representative Wisman, I served on that task force, and so it was not at all that we couldn't come up with a recommendation because it was too complex. It was that we discussed it at length, and what it really comes down to is the way that number one, because this is a funding formula, not a spending formula, that takes away a lot of that conversation initially, because what we're looking at is a student who's on a speech IEP would receive the double weight, as would a student who has some severely impacting needs. And so then a one-on-one may be required for one student, but a speech student may be only receiving services a couple times a week. So one of the things that we discussed is perhaps we should have a tiered IEP system, and then you have all these other funding things. And then what we realized is that was a bigger mess, and it averaged out to essentially the same as what we were doing. And so we had a group of experts that reviewed funding formulas from all across the entire U.S. came in and gave a recommendation, said essentially, Oregon has one of the most equitable funding formulas we've seen. You provide for equity in all these ways. You have two problems with your funding formula. It is severely underfunded, and your poverty weight seems off. That was it.
Off
So-
too high, off too low.
Too low.
Okay.
And so that was one of the things that is in the report, but that's why special ed wasn't addressed. And the easiest way, this is not perfect, but the easiest way I can explain the funding formula versus the spending formula is if you look at the IRS reimbursement rate for mileage, when that was set by the IRS, it accounted for wear and tear on your vehicle, oil, gas, etc. And it also accounted for the fact that somebody might drive a Prius and somebody else may drive a Suburban, but that's based on their individual needs. But overall, they come up with this formula and say it's going to be X amount per mile. But when you turn in a reimbursement form, you're not asked, well, what portion of that trip do you think accounted for oil? And what portion accounted for this? Because the purpose of what you're trying to do is get from point A to point B. So the funding formula is the same thing. All these different criteria go into setting the amount that each district receives, but the choices for how those funds are spent are entirely based on local control and entirely based on budget committees and school boards making the decision of saying, here's our allocation, here's where it goes. And your question earlier was, do you have these amounts that are earmarked? That's one of the biggest frustrations is when I get a grant, I can spend it only in this category. And if we do that to the state funding formula, all ability to be flexible and based on student needs goes out the window. Because the number of times I have a program I really want to fund, know their student outcomes for it, but the only way that I can fund it is through these funding streams that have all these limitations, I'm stuck. But if I have my broader budget, then I can decide what we need to do without worrying about, wait a minute, was that $1 that was allocated for a kid of poverty? And I don't even know which kids are of poverty except for this person. That's that whole mess as to why it's not a spending formula, it's a funding formula. So I know that's not a great example, but that's the best I can do.
Thank you. So two things, and then I'll just keep calling. I just want everybody to be, especially us inside the school district world, when stuff comes out on the table, I think it's a good idea to let it fertilize it a little bit and provide that context, because I think sometimes we too quickly go to, well, here's why we don't do it. So I appreciate that we all took a shot at this question, and we're going to come back with some research on that question, because it's a good one, and there's lots of existing work on it, but there may be a new revelation as we continue to dig in, so thank you.
So,
Scott, I'm sorry.
I just want to follow up on Heidi's comment, which is all very valid, true. Wouldn't argue with that, but I would point out that one of the goals that the legislature set out is to talk about ways to improve academic achievement for children in poverty, which we now know is associated with special education needs. As those numbers go up, if you want better academic achievement, you have to put more inputs in. Because what we're doing now is we're spending less per kid every single year in order to serve a larger and larger population. And then the State Department of Education and others are complaining at us because achievement rates aren't going up. You can't have it both ways. In my district, we have hit 19% special education this year. I don't know why. There's a million people trying to explain to me why special ed would be going up, and a whole lot of explanation. But I know this. I can't serve them all. As for the whole medically fragile issue, being the high-cost kids, I think that's a little disingenuous. If you've got a low-end performing autistic kid, they're not technically medically fragile, but they are a one-to-one. And we're seeing a lot more of that creep into our district. So there's a lot more nuance to this conversation. We could carry it on all day and spend time we don't have. But I think, I don't want to dismiss it out of hand. It's a really important issue. And I don't want to take away from anything you said.
No, because I agree with everything you said too.
Yeah, well, just one more thing. I'll stop. I could go on and spend for literally the whole rest of the time. This is a real hot
Well,
issue. So.
the other thing that I'm just wondering about is because when I'm looking at the statewide data around the kids in poverty, so there's 16, so this one is poverty rates by race and ethnicity. So 14% are white. And then if you go down, other than Asian, every other population, when we get into a student of color, the poverty rates become much, much higher. And what I'm also thinking about is in Portland, we now have the equity index. And so it's an 8% allocation out of general fund that goes into the staffing for schools. And so with that equity allocation, 4% of that is based on poverty. The other 4% is based on historically underserved populations, which helps us begin to address the issues that people of color are living at much higher rates of being in poverty than our white counterparts. So I just also kind of want to say, I think that there's another way that we can begin to look at this poverty, and that could be also within historically underserved. So, and I just wanted to potentially offer that as a solution. We're doing that with our general fund, but there might be ways of looking at this allocation, because one of the questions that we're supposed to answer is this allocation sufficient? No. So I mean, like, that's an easy one to answer. I don't think there's any disagreement. No. But then what are we doing? You know, so what are there some other ways to look at it, think about it, because it's not just SPED, but I mean, when we begin to racialize some of the data within that, then we begin to see some stark disparities.
Can you explain what racialized means in the context you just used it?
So when you begin to look at, as I said, 16% of the population, total population on this chart that was in our handouts are poverty. 14% of that 16% are white. 33% of that 16% are black. American Indian, 29%. So when you begin to racialize poverty, that also shows a very interesting piece. So it's not just poor, but it's if you're a person of color, and also then when I went through last night and started looking at if you're a person of color in certain counties, oh my goodness gracious.
So does racialized mean demographic breakdown of the data?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're the third person I've heard use that term, and it's brand new in this context for me.
Thank you
Use
for
that term.
asking, yeah.
Yeah, so I just went through, and I also appreciate that all the data, the data that you sent around poverty was also broken down by race. So I also want to say thank you for sending that. But it was fascinating to start going through this last night as I was trying to read all my materials before. Right.
Absolutely.
Peter,
Yes.
Going back to what this conversation is circling around, which was the information that was presented on the goal of the distribution of funds is equitable distribution. But we did talk a little bit about connecting outcomes, and I think you said, did you say that there is some data around outcomes? Is there in some way for us to look at whether or not we're moving the dial in these school districts?
So it was Brian who was here when he was presenting that, and I had noted that down as a topic that we sort of were going to suspend for a minute because that was where we got. So now's a good time to re-raise it. So, was Brian, if you want to answer about what data we have or could have, we do as a state have school report cards and do track schools and districts in terms of how they perform with different groups of students, like students in poverty. But Brian, you want to?
Yeah, typically when we talk about how well students are performing, the standard measures we use are how well they're doing on our state assessments and also what their graduation rates are. Those are the primary measures that we can quantify.
We know there are still very, very big gaps, and we know the gaps aren't getting smaller.
Some of the gaps are getting smaller.
Yep.
Oh, do you have, okay, so
For example, graduation rates among Hispanic students have been rising faster than other groups. So the gap between Hispanic students and white students, for example, is getting smaller. It's still large, but it has diminished. We know that, and this is some work that we did in my office in the last couple of years, that English language learners who become proficient in English before they reach high school, graduate from high school at higher than the statewide average rates, about the same rates that white students do. So we can break down different measures of achievement or success by race and ethnicity, by whether students qualify for free and reduced lunch or not, whether they're special ed or not, and we could even break it down by whether students are in multiple of those categories.
I don't know if that's,
Yes.
that's ready data.
Oh,
That's
absolutely. I
something
mean,
that we
it's,
can
someone
look at.
mentioned before swimming in data.
Yes, yes.
We could swim a little bit deeper. We certainly, as a state, track outcomes like this, and what you find is it raises a bunch of new questions. So I think that would be some good things to look at, especially with regard to performance of students navigating poverty.
And it's really, we have some of the same dynamic in the provider community where we're struggling, like Gloria was talking about. If you're only getting reimbursed at 65 cents on the dollar, how can you expect, 100% return? So I really do understand that, but there's still some responsibility for moving the dial. And the reason that these categories and characteristics of children are included in a funding formula is because we recognize that they are there and that they need an exponentially greater piece of attention or resource in order to be able to equalize the opportunity for educational success. So having said that, maybe if we don't talk about the money, but we do talk about the outcomes, and we talk about initiatives we should be doing or ways in which we know, because there's lots of research that tells us how to move the dial, and take a look at a list of those considerations for conversation. Maybe the resourcing will come in behind it, but we can at least get to the recommendations about what we should be doing. And you had said earlier, we already know what we need to be doing, so we need to pick those things out, prioritize them, and get them on the table, I think.
I hear you. Thank you. Mary, you were next, and then Lori.
So responding to the initial invitation of, what are you thinking? There's
Right.
a bunch of things that are rolling in my head. I'm just going to blather them out. And maybe just for the to-do list or the consideration list. So the first thing is I think we should make the statement of there's not enough money to begin with, which I'm sure the representative has never heard from anyone before around this, but important to say. But then for me, the next statement that I think needs to be made about this is that simply messing around with the school expenditure formula is not going to solve this problem. And I think we need to be explicit about that, right? I mean, I think we can do better in terms of meeting our values around equity and distribution and all of those kinds of things, but doing that is not going to solve the conundrum of poverty and the impact on school achievement. And I think we have to be explicit about that. And I think it requires us being more intentional as a state and into this intersectionality. And within that, I would like, I mean, I'm not looking to tie a district's hands, but I do have questions, and I hear from my community all the time that we have no idea how districts are spending this money in pursuit of our children and of our community. And so to the extent that we can offer guidance about what programming might look like or strategic initiatives might look like related to these funds and the weighting of the additional funds, I would like us to see if we could get there to some guidance. Not, you may only spend it in this column, but these are the types of things that research shows do actually make an impact, and these are the things that are great but don't, right? And in some ways, I've seen this, we've all seen this, not through any bad intent, what funds get spent on aren't actually getting to the kids that need it and aren't actually helping them in the way they need to be helped. So that's one thing. I think about some kind of recommendation or statement. There's the $40 million in housing that the governor has now given instructions on is linked to children who are engaged with child welfare or whose families are receiving TANF, which is a large number of the kids we're talking about here in school. And there's someone from the Department of Ed who's on the group that's trying to think about this, but if we just talked about sort of, well, lots of these kids are mobile. Well, why are they, and mobile's bad. Lots of them are mobile. Why are they mobile? Because their housing isn't stable. Why is their housing unstable? Because they can't get affordable housing or the income isn't enough for. I feel like we've got to line that out a little bit and talk about other investments, the WIOA funds. There's new money at the state level. There's a 15% discretionary pot. WIOA is the Workforce Investment and Opportunities Act.
Well, 75% of those funds now have to be directed at kids who are in poverty, out of school. There's a very specific use for those funds now.
Yeah. I would like us to line up, make the math that says, here's funds for WIOA, here's funds for affordable housing for families whose children are engaged with TANF or child welfare, here's what this system of funding is going to do to reprioritize or refocus, but all of that has to come together and be aligned in some way, explicitly and overtly. And I would throw the CCOs, the combined care organizations, into this mix as well. There's a lot of conversation that is being had now about, can you, from a physical health side, make a diagnosis of poverty, and then talk about the treatment protocols for the experience of poverty. And I think, again, Heidi, you outlined it so well, but there is brain development that is not happening, that is a physical manifestation of the fact that you don't have food, or that you have such trauma and the cortisol rate, levels in your body, right? We should push on that. There's a lot of money in the CCOs right now, and I get that it has to be really clear to a medical diagnosis and protocol, and I have all sorts of ambivalence to say you have poverty, right? But that needs to be a part of this conversation as well, and I think we need to draw the map and draw them in. And then finally, I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. I support increasing the weighting of poverty in this conversation within the school expenditure formula. But I also want us to look at a concept of targeted universalism, so that within poverty, we know that there is more disparity for kids of color, for kids who are living in rural areas, and for kids who are learning English as a second language. And that should be reflected in priorities within this, sort of heading of poverty, because by targeting where there's the greatest disparity, if we're effective, we're going to have the greatest return on the investment, and we're going to have the impact for the rest of the population and the community at large. So,
Did you call that targeted what?
Targeted universalism.
Universalism.
Yeah, and it's a concept that John Powell, who's a professor who does a lot of work in poverty, talks about, to say it's one thing if you look at a public health model where everybody gets the vaccination, but then there are the people for whom you want the right dose at the right time in the right way. Yeah. And in lots of ways, that's the better investment once you've done the inoculation to as many people as you can. But I'd be happy to share a little article about it, but I think we should think about that too. So, lots of blah, but I just wanted to get on the list.
Excellent, thank you very much, Lori.
Okay, I have three things to say very quickly. First of all, in answer to Janet's question around list of what works and how to do it, we have a Quality Education Commission that meets and every 2 years fine-tunes the best practices for schools, including this topic, but not exclusively this topic, and determines what the optimal funding level would be. And I point out, for the 15-17 biennium, we are still $1.9 billion shy of the funding we need to actually fund and enact all of those ideas and help kids at that optimal level. The second thing is I wanted to remind us of what our goals are, because we've kind of gotten all over the place, including in the information, which has been wonderful, by the way. I feel a lot smarter today. But we were asked to identify what financial resources school districts get, how that money is used, whether the weight in the formula is sufficient for the kids in poverty, what barriers exist to that educationally speaking, and if any fixes suggest themselves to potentially offer that as proposals for the legislature, but really the only thing that we're required to do is have a report. And when we talk, I love the idea about the targeted universalism, but one of the things that I think that is a value I bring to this table and I like to share is that some of what Heidi said comes to mind. There's a tension between a state dictating top-down best practice list, you must do these three things because research says that these are the best, versus a community-led, local control decision, budget year over budget year, about how to use whatever the level of resources are, sufficient or otherwise, to run their schools for the benefit of all their kids they're serving, and how to set those priorities that those local communities determine are their chief priorities. That can be done at the state level. What we've learned from research is that that doesn't work. Top-down doesn't work. Community-derived works much better. And so to the extent that there could be a tension between those two, I just want to call it out.
So,
thank you very much.
So how does that impact culturally responsive best practices? So when you say local control, you have a community that has a significant number of, let's say, Hispanic Latino kids in it, and yet there's no one there who understands culturally responsive pedagogy to the extent that you can impact those kids' learning, and yet local control is what's going to govern. How do you reconcile that?
I know that there are a lot of wonderful programs, including grant monies, that provide professional development both to administrators and to teachers that are working to bring everyone along in the workforce. I know my organization does it through our great public schools department. I know that there are all kinds of in-services that do that, all kinds of post-secondary programs that do that. It's a one-to-one kind of thing.
But isn't that if they choose to do that? Because local control would say either I choose to do that or I can choose to do this, or this.
Local control budgets.
Right.
Based on the resources they have and on the priorities they have locally.
But are they, I don't want to get into the specifics of it, but I am concerned that if you start to do line item stuff with local control budgets and you don't have that in there, then you're not going to have the impact that you're actually seeking to get. But I want to go back to what Brian said a little bit earlier about the fact that we can see in some of the data that we are narrowing the gap. And my question would be, as we see the data that narrows the gap, do we have any understanding of what the impact is? What is narrowing that gap? Do we know? We know the gap is narrowing, but can we point to how or why or under what circumstances?
I can't, but I think if we talk to those districts where they're being successful at that, they may be able to say, here's what we're doing, and we think it's working.
So then we can identify those, where the gap is narrowing in the districts that are doing that, and then we can look to those districts to say, what are you doing that's impacting and narrowing that gap? So we can get to something specific that we can perhaps look at. And you know those districts.
Right, that's exactly right, and it's actually one of the methods that the Quality Education Commission has been using, is identifying schools that are doing really well at certain things, and then actually visiting the schools and talking with teachers and administrators and even students to say, you know, how is it you're hitting the ball out of the park here? What is it you're doing that other schools may not be doing that's been so successful to you?
And we can dive further into that. Someone talked about a balance. It's interesting. I did some of those interviews with Brian. All the districts that were doing better had strong local control, and they just had great leaders in their boards, their superintendents, their principals to make that a priority. And if they didn't have the great leader who focused on it, it wasn't happening. So it's this tough thing. We wouldn't have had civil rights in some states without federal legislation on it, and you wanted it to come up from the ground. So I think that's a real interesting balance that we should dig deeper in. I had TJ and then Morgan next.
Can you put Ann here?
Yes, and then Janet.
Darren.
Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't had a chance to go, so you're going to go ahead of Janet.
I'm going to go ahead of Janet.
Yes. So
Tell me
TJ,
when.
Morgan.
Whenever you tell me.
All right, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And thank you for whoever did that for me. TJ.
So the thing that struck me the most today is we talked about unintended consequences earlier, the unintended consequences of the relative nature of all of the funding that we have. So specifically on the issue of Title I, it seems, so we start with this pool of money and then divide it by need, but as need rises, that means less. And it seems particularly problematic when you talk about the concentration of poverty, because concentration of poverty is even more problematic than just a child being poor. So if you have more schools hitting that 75%, you have this unintended consequence of you're able to do less for each of those kids who now have more need. So it seems like one of the most important things that can be done is, divorced of any political or budgetary realities, have something that's absolute. So you multiply by need rather than divide by need, especially when it comes to something like 75%, which could have that unintended consequence. And to Heidi's earlier point, you can't do anything about federal Title I, but the state can maybe offset some of that. So when you see a level of need rising, especially when it comes to concentrations of poverty or those thresholds where suddenly you have to spend or dilute in some ways, having something to counteract that so that you can actually do more for the more kids you have in need rather than do less for the more kids you have in need.
I think I've got a quote. Multiply by need instead of divide by need. So Morgan and then
So I, just a couple of random thoughts based on all the things that have been discussed, and I'll kind of do a breakdown like Mary did. The first thing is the topic of achievement gaps has come up, and I think one of the things we need to dig a little bit closer sometimes into the gaps, because the gaps, I describe them as persistent gaps. So we still see gaps between various racial subgroups, let's say white and Asian students, but they're all growing. So white and Asian students' performance is increasing, ELL student, Latino, African American student increasing, but the gaps persist. And I think that's where we need to focus on. Because if you look at overall, all students are improving, but those gaps persist, and that's one of the challenges I think we need to work on. I think one of the other big challenges for poverty in ELL in particular is we have a tremendous shortage of teachers, administrators, school board members, other people within our schools of color, and we can't find them. We're not graduating teachers of color or ELL teachers in our state, and unless we address that shortage, that's going to be a consistent problem. And frankly, I don't see our state doing a lot to try to improve that at the colleges of education, recruitment of those folks. I don't see it, and so I think that's a problem. I think one of the things that needs to be a priority is community outreach programs. One of the things I heard several people say is, well, we know what works. And I would say some people know what works. And so what we need to do is figure out how the people that know what works, we communicate that to the people that don't. I think there are still a lot of school districts and a lot of folks in our schools that struggle trying to figure out how to improve, whether it's poverty or ELL, or dealing with the demographic changes within the districts. They're still struggling with how to process that and make improvements. So I think that should be something that we provide as some sort of list of best practices. And then two last things. I think number one, this is the first time in my now 9 years in education I've ever sort of been at a table where you have more sort of human service providers and education people, and I think we need to continue that, and I think that's something the Chief Education Office can do, is try to bring people like this together. And then a lot of talk about the formula, and I certainly, and my organization certainly has strong opinions about the formula, which I will not share, but one thing I would say is let's not fall into the trap when we're talking about the weights in the formula and changing them, because we're essentially just recutting the pie. And other people have said that, but you know, if you increase the poverty weight from 0.25 to 0.5, for example, you double it, because we know we need more money for those students' poverty, but you don't add any money to the overall pie, then you're taking money from the weights that go to special education students and ELL students, and you're just redirecting it to ELL students. You're not growing the pie. So if there's any talk about changing the formula, at least for my organizations, it should be changing the formula and adding the resources to cover the increased weights inside the formula.
Derek, thank you.
Well, Morgan, thanks for taking most of my time. So as I said at the beginning, I'm the middle-sized school district in rural Western Oregon. And I heard my friend Lori down there say something about sufficiency, and I would say to you that I'm concerned, and I know a lot of school districts my size think about that, because we are never, and Christy and I go back a long time, but I do not look like Salem Kaiser, though I butt up next to it. So when we adjusted for the title or the poverty issue the first time, Christy's district, and rightly so, gained some money. Our district lost money. Okay, it didn't mean that somehow I got richer, because we did not get richer. As a matter of fact, my administrators just were puzzled and at a loss to try to understand how it is that we lost in our district right around $85,000, so we could not continue to help our kids do what we need to do. And somebody says to me, well, what are you doing? I mean, because I think it's a great question. Well, we're doing something right, because my graduation rate's 92%, my 9th grade rate of holding kids that are accountable and where they're supposed to be is 95%. I've got a Title I school that won a national title award at the elementary level, and the number 2 school that did it was Almsville. It was right behind them. So we're doing something right, but I got to tell you, the $85,000, I lay in bed at night wondering what I could have done with that, even more so. You know, so that's you know, and so do I get upset because Christy's district got more money? Not Christy, but Christy's district got more money? No, I don't. Those kids need money. All of our kids need money. That's why we're here. That's the important piece to this conversation. So Morgan's comment about if we readjust the calculation, The point is that somehow, some way, there will be winners and losers. And districts are keenly aware when you start touching on the formula what that might do for them. Because in districts my size, 2,400 or 2,500 kids and smaller, which is a majority of what the district and the state looks like, you are going to start causing people to lose programs and cause realities that kids will not make it. They're just not going to make it. Somebody suggested earlier that we need to come up with the ideas and focuses about what it is we need to do and share those strategies. I completely agree. And at 10,000 feet, that looks wonderful. When you don't, I'm not talking about getting into the trees and the woods, but I am talking at about 2,000 feet, those look very different. How Christie addresses poverty in Salem-Keizer looks mighty different 14 miles away at Cascade. And it just does because the way we're set up, the way we're governed, the way we're run. And you have a whole lot of board members, school board members across the state that try to be reminded that they're supposed to have local control. I mean, that's just part of how we are. It's a flaw, and it's brilliant at the same time. You have to kind of live with both. You really do. Because there are ways in which we can solve problems at a small level that takes a larger district much more movement to do that. At the same time, we come to Christie's district all the time and say, is there any way you can share some information to help us with problem X? So from a title perspective, here's my last thought. 3 years ago, I think it says in here we got $616,000 or $558,000. I'm down to $365,000 in title. Not because anybody at the state didn't figure it out, because our folks at the national level can't figure out ESEA. And there's that small word sequestration that continues to cause some of our problems with funding. So my title person, part-time lady, she is, bothers Janet on a regular basis. Can we figure out how we can spend this money? And Janet helps us to try to figure out how to get it done. But that leveling of the money continues to make it worse and worse. And it leaves us with two options. One is we don't do it, and so the very lowest performing kids in my district, the poorest kids, don't get help. Or we supplant it with general fund money, which means that other kids, tag kids, ELL kids, any other kind of kids aren't going to get some of the same support they need. It's a nasty business. And so when I say that we should talk about how it is we adjust the formula, I'm interested, but Morgan hit it on the head. It has to be in a growing pie concept. Otherwise, this is a futile conversation. And the next 2 years from now, the next group will be about SPED or some other piece of the puzzle. The fact is, we are underfunded. That's the bottom line. So I'm happy to tie outcomes to all kinds of things. And we'll work hard. I don't know people that work harder in districts around me and people that I know across the state. But the bottom line is, you're not going to make up those kinds of differences without doing some other things and providing some of the money. That's it. That's all I got.
I just wanted to add, I think that's, thank you, because coming in and representing Portland Public Schools, typically rural districts will kind of roll their eyes. And part of the reason, right, and part of the reason why is because we have some ability. And it's really, we as a state, we have to stop pitting the urban versus the rural. We have to fully acknowledge that there are differences between urban and rural. Both are underfunded. And I think we have to look at opportunities in which we can partner and support one another. I know I went to Heidi today and said, hey, I heard you when we were at Odyssey, and you were talking about such an innovative program that I loved. One, I went back and talked to all my folks in Portland about it, and we're bragging about what you were doing in Umatilla, but how can we partner? Because we have resources that you don't have, you have expertise that we don't have. So how do we mutually benefit a large district and a small district coming together really about supporting our kids? Because that's what we all want. But part of it is we have to quit pitting urban versus rural and suburban, because I don't want to forget a lot of my surrounding districts, because the issues are different and we are underfunded. And part of it is I don't want to look like the 500-pound gorilla in the room or get it to where there are winners and losers. Because part of that is that's a dichotomy that should be a dying dichotomy within our system, and it's not. It's one that we're still reinforcing instead of it being a both-and conversation. So I'm also hoping that we can shift some of that away from that and figure out ways. This is just a small little thing, and we're going to explore it, we're going to see what happens. But I think that that's the beginning of what we can begin to do, not only with committees like this, but with state's guidance and direction. How do we begin to quit doing some of the things that have historically happened?
Danny, can I tie onto that?
Sure.
And just support that completely, because when we talk about mobility in my school district, we're not talking about mobility within our district. Our kids are going to and from Portland. And they're going to Portland and other urban areas because they perceive that there are services available there and they want to try that out. Or they're going there because that's where the jobs are when they disappeared in rural Oregon.
Yep.
They're going there and then they're coming back.
Right.
So what you do is going to affect me down the road.
Yep.
Or what you don't do is also going to affect me, or what I don't do is going to affect you. There has got to be a conversation that works between urban and rural.
I agree.
Because there is a train that runs between the two of us.
Correct. And sometimes they stop off in suburbia
Yep.
along the way. So
Absolutely.
I just think that it's time for us just to shift the conversation, and I think that there are ways that we can begin to do that, and you can set it up to be able to help us do that as well. Because there's no bad intent, but I'm tired of the winner-loser piece. I just really am.
So folks, as facilitator, I note that some folks have spoken multiple times, some have not spoken at all. So I just wanted to call that out into the room and just make sure there's an opportunity for anybody that wants to add thoughts, building on anything they've heard so far, or anything that they're thinking about, even if it isn't a completed idea, but something you want to share. Because folks have driven a long way to be here and have taken their time, and so I'd like to do that. But I'm not going to call on each person who hasn't talked, because that feels like putting people on the spot. But I'd like to just ask for like a minute or two. If you've already spoken, please don't raise your hand, and let's just see if there's any other folks who want to get in on the conversation. Betty.
You know, I'm coming from remote rural Baker County. We're almost to Idaho, is how I usually say it, that big stretch of distance where it takes a lot longer for you guys to get over to where I am than it does for me to get where you are. But I often think in analogies, and the analogy that I thought of as we've talked this morning and this afternoon is an old playground analogy. Think about a merry-go-round, that kids are pushing that wheel around and around, and it goes faster and faster. So now the kids are on, and that's spinning, and we're trying to catch up to bring other people on. But it doesn't slow down. As a matter of fact, instead what happens is it keeps speeding up. And that's the position that schools are in right now, and particularly in Oregon. And so it really goes back to what several people have said around the table. If we can talk about these issues, but if we don't increase the investment that we're making as a state into schools entirely, we don't increase that pot, then we're just spinning that wheel faster and asking schools, why aren't you jumping on? Why are you having trouble jumping on this merry-go-round? And I'm here to tell you that we have a lot of good educators that are getting pretty tired of running as hard as they can, trying to get on that faster and faster spinning merry-go-round. And we really do need to help them out by increasing our investment in Oregon schools. So that's what I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to.
This is Mark Jackson with Reed. Can I share something, please?
Mark, Sonia was just about to speak, but I'll call on you next, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We did find out that a lot of our numbers of our tribal students aren't reported to the state. So a lot of our programs are early education programs. They're strictly federally funded. So those numbers aren't going to the state for our youth. And for our tribe, we have Head Start programs in Salem, Portland, Lincoln City, and Siletz. And for our children, they don't go through the Department of Human Services for foster care. They come through the tribe under ICW, the Indian Child Welfare. So to make sure that our youth are represented, because they are students in all your school districts. We actually have a lot of tribal members in Salem-Keizer. Actually, the second largest number population is here in Salem-Keizer. Cascade, I have students all over the state. And then some of the numbers have going up with the graduation rate of Hispanic students. Those numbers are skewed, so we have to be careful of where we're gathering that data from, because with the enforcement of the OMB from the Office of Management and Budget and the Race and Ethnicity, our numbers are going down, even though our tribal populations are going up because we do have students. So I'll just use my kids as an example. My husband is Native and Hispanic. So my kids, if you look at the OMB definition, and if I'm answering that form truthfully, the first question is, are you of Hispanic origin? Well, I as a parent have to put no if I want their race counted, because ethnicity now is, Hispanic is considered the only ethnicity, the rest is under race. But if you put yes to that first question, your second one is never answered. So even though my children are citizens of their nation, they aren't counted if I answer that question truthfully. So we have to try to educate tribal members on how to answer that, but then you run the risk of them also cutting off a piece of their children's identity. So that is impacted our communities a lot, but it's also raised the numbers of Hispanics, because even though they may be tribal, they may be mixed race, they've answered yes to that very first race, that ethnicity question, which then it doesn't go for most reporting down to the subcategory of race. So that's impacted our numbers. So we actually got the chalkboard project actually in conjunction with ODE, did a report, and 7 of the 9 tribes gave their tribal data to the chalkboard. And we have the highest rates of chronic absenteeism, but we also had amongst the Oregon tribes 36% that were not shown in their school districts as being Native American, either because of reporting or that race and ethnicity. So again, how we capture that data. And then another problem for our communities is that I've never gone to a school and done presentations or professional development or anything to where an educator knows how many tribes are in the state of Oregon. I've never found an educator yet, be it a superintendent, a principal, unless they have a direct relationship with their tribal community, that knows in this state that there are 9 federally recognized tribes and 5 of them being terminated and restored tribes. So again, where do our children see themselves in the school? So that's just what I wanted to say.
Just build off one thing Sonia said, and then Mark, I'll go to you. There's a state plan now, an Alaska Native American Indian state education plan that actually addresses a number of those things directly in terms of counting. And I'd like to be able to bring that further into the room as we go forward, because there's some very specific recommendations in there that I think the group could consider.
It's actually being shared with COSA today.
Right, exactly. That's why Shandine's not here, is because she's there.
Right.
So, Mark, please talk to us.
Yeah, thanks so much. I just wanted to weigh in. I've been listening for the duration of the meeting, and I think what's important in terms of my voice today, representing one recipient of Title I funds when I was in school, person that grew up in poverty, African-American male, I think there's so much value added to really leverage community partnerships to really address the issue of poverty. I can't emphasize enough the importance of really allocating dollars in an increased manner for students of color. When you look at our elementary classrooms, what you see are people of color. That is the future of Oregon, and I think it's very, very important, very strategic of us to make sure we're providing additional resources to that population to ensure Oregon remains competent, competitive, and really in a good position, in terms of global market, to make sure we don't fall off economically. I think when you look at the racial gaps that you see in data, it really speaks to the shortfalls, even the pitfalls of how we allocate dollars and how we really kind of break those rigid guidelines that really kind of impede schools to really release those resources in innovative ways as opposed to being bound to restrictions and stipulations. This is an opportunity. I'm hoping that we can really have that dialogue and have that strong community outreach where CBOs are a strong ally as it pertains to students of color. When you look at the actual shortage of faculty of color across this state, there has to be some real strong intentionality around how do we drill down with our student populations to prepare them and groom them for these career roles in education, so we can have people in the classroom, in the building, not just as campus monitors or security monitors, but people who are educating, creating classrooms that are culturally inclusive, right? So we're really making sure all kids are positioned to be celebrated by their history and their heritage, but also empowered to have voice going forward. You know, I think I'm hoping that as we make recommendations, I heard earlier around where there's consensus, that may be the actual agenda item to go forward. I'm hoping in the increase in the poverty rate for the formula and the value of community partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, others who, Iris.
So I think two things that pop into my head about the conversation that we've been having that seem to be, well, not recommendations, but things that we really need to acknowledge in whatever report we do put together, is something Mary talked about a lot earlier, and it's the real numbers of kids, and how, and it ties to my next point about how that change from year to year can have pretty devastating impacts on schools. When we're not, you know, in ELL we do an actual count of each student, and that's how the weight goes out, right? And we know poverty is not like that from our presentations, and so that's problematic, and we have consequences from that, and it's the change in funding from year to year that's pretty drastic. What comes to my mind is going way back to many years ago, working in social services, and you know, the energy companies recognize that your energy usage varies from month to month, right? And so over time they put in place the budget billing for low-income families, so as to figure out how to even that out over the year. And I know that this is not a direct correlation to schools and budgeting and funding, but thinking about acknowledging that that's a problem, and how, if we're coming back to the legislature, to think about what are ways that we can help kind of mitigate that fluctuation from year to year that is an unintended consequence of the way that we actually calculate the weight right now. Because, to your point earlier, Peter, there are some things we can fix and some that we can't, and identifying which we can and how. Those are the two things that have been boiling in my head all afternoon.
Thank you. Others from the work group, and then I did promise the audience members who had some ideas for us that they get a chance to participate. Anyone else on the work group, even including people who've spoken multiple times? Any other things you want to get on the docket or get on the table? I don't know if you get on the docket. Sure.
Can I just make a little offer?
Yes.
It occurred to me when we were talking, when I was asking about the data, that we have some that we would be happy to share. We, the 100,000 kids that we represent, we did a statistically sound sampling of those kids to evaluate traumatic events in their lives, and did some comparative data with what the Oregon Health Authority has done on these scores. And the weighting around...
We'd be really interested in that.
Okay, so the page dependency and kids and delinquent kids in foster care, which are all identified in here, we can take a little in there too.
Great. Any folks from the audience, especially in terms of concepts you'd like our office to research or vet or ask our national partners about, or anything like that that's come up? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to reinforce something that Ms. Limerick told me about how much of the achievement gap is due to loss of achievement over the summer. And to emphasize the need for a late summer school, especially for kids who we know are having difficulty in learning. Kids who are coming from homes where they don't have a lot of enrichment, that they have a late summer school too, to get them prepared for school. I think this is a good issue.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you very much. Very concrete, and you can imagine a way that that could be done in contextually specific ways. Brian?
I'll just note, related to that, that in Portland, I believe it's Rosa Parks,
Year-round school?
School.
Balanced calendar, excuse me.
Balanced
Balanced
calendar,
calendar. I went to a year-round school, so
Yeah.
I'm dating myself, so.
So, is this the first year?
This is now the second year.
Second year?
Yeah, we're in the second year of doing a balanced
I
calendar.
think this represents a opportunity to observe how well that works for those kids.
Mhm.
As a sort of natural experiment to see if that kind of calendar helps to lower the amount of loss that we hear about and that happens over, almost a full 4 months of summer, where you can spread out, you can have smaller chunks of vacation, but more often to see whether that reduces that summer loss. So, I'm really curious to look at the data, probably at the end of this year, maybe even the data after a single year might be instructive to whether that's having a beneficial effect.
I would just add, so they're also using their intercession period. So again, it has to do with extending the learning. So that's what we found. So in Portland, where we see that we are doing better with certain groups, with children of color and with our poor students, it's where we are bringing in partners like REAP, like Sun Schools, self-enhancement. I mean, so there's a whole host of partners, but really it is about expanding the learning opportunities for kids and really doing it in a culturally relevant way. So those are just some strategies that I think are really important. Also, when I'm thinking of Friends of the Children and the mentoring pieces, so I mean, we're very fortunate with a number of partners, but I mean, it's long-term sustained relationships, it's expanded learning, it's partnering, and it's also thinking about just some of the community assets that we have and really bringing them to bear within our educational system. So I think that a lot of those things can be done in communities regardless of where they're located, and I know that a lot of communities are doing that. So I also just wanted to offer that as being a strategy that has shown to work.
I think that the year-round or extended calendar, I think that Salem Kaiser did that previously, and that worked, but it caused a lot of hardships on families in poverty when they relied on older siblings for childcare, and only the elementary schools were year-round, and middle and high school were still on traditional calendar, and so it was very difficult for those families that rely on siblings to pick up their younger siblings.
Yep, that's that next level of critical analysis. And then, Dr. Doppel, Scott's had his hand up, but you're next. Scott.
We haven't mentioned it, maybe it's just a Central Oregon thing, but in Central Oregon, we have these title-funded homeless liaison positions.
Yep.
I think everybody has them in their title programs, right? But, we haven't talked about the potential to use, expand, or otherwise use those as community connectors. I know in my district, that's a .2 position, which doesn't get much done over the course of the year at that level. Maybe some research around that and some conversation about creating a floor level for funding those so that they can do meaningful work, especially with the news today that our homeless population is increasing at the rate that it is.
Yep.
And I know, if I could just say one thing about that. So right now, and Janet, you're part of this as well, there's the homeless youth and education liaisons within the Department of Education. There are the homeless youth programs that are working within the Department of Human Services. There are the homeless youth and homeless family programs that are working out of the Department of Housing and Community Services. And one of the things we need to do is to start to take a look at how we align and get some continuity around what we're doing for homeless youth around the state with the number of folks that are out there and the number of programs that are actually being funded to serve them and whether or not they're talking to each other.
Yep. So I have Dr. Dapo and then Janet.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be out of energy soon.
I don't know. I'm here with the hope that you will give me something I can take with me. This is very, very critical in this society. I'm part of the society. I live here. Poverty, we don't know how to talk about it. Just as much as we don't know how to talk about race. It's only one race, one people. We don't know how to talk about it. Because as soon as we talk about poverty, Some folks have been eliminated. Some folks have been ostracized. You label them, they don't want to be there. They don't want to be helped. They don't want to get close to you, us, that we think we got it. So I don't know how we compose or design a talking point. Because poverty, poor people will always be with us, forever. But they're people. They are human beings like us. Black people are human beings like us. White people are white people like us. They are human beings. We're all human beings together, Peter. But we've got something in us, in this society, we just divide it. We label it and separate it. We run away from each other. There are so many of us in Poland here, they don't drive through Burnside. They don't want to see the homeless people. I know what I'm talking about. Some of us, they don't want black people to be around them. Poor white people, yada, 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 yada. But I don't know how we have a good talking point that brings us together. The poor people belong to us. We are to take care of them. Yeah, but we label them. We say they're lazy. Yeah. They're poor for us. Because guess what? We made them poor because we didn't share with them. We got plenty in this country. Incredible. We got it. But we don't know how to share. We segregated, we dissected. You there, yeah. So we are totally all over the place. We belong together. Very quickly, I just left the church. I just said goodbye to them. We have young men, 28 over. They will come to the side of the church, they pee there, they do all kind of stuff. But they belong to us. I told the church, they are our issue. I will clean the mess, we will talk about it. We will do something about it. But No, that's a church now. That's a church. So we are discussing a very serious issue here because they belong to us. Together. That's what I'm trying to say. We must take care of them. We can't label them. You need some cookies, we pass the cookies. We got the cookies. We just have to pass it.
Thank you. Janet.
So I wanted to add a little clarity around the homeless liaison. All districts are required to have homeless liaisons, but there's not money. So the money that most districts spend for homeless comes out of their Title I allocation, so it's a part of their Title I allocation. So once again, that means that money comes off the top before it goes down to the buildings to do the services to the students in the schools. So it's not like there's an additional pot of money.
Right.
To do that work, but every district does have an identified homeless liaison. That's why there's not much money, why you have a 0.2.
So folks, I'm going to just kind of wrap up. I think there's opportunity after this meeting to continue to contribute. I've got a lot of stuff on here for us to work on for the next meeting. A couple notes. First off, Seth reminds me that in order to make this binder thing work, we need you to leave your binders behind, because we will reuse them and stuff them, but you can take all the information out except for the tabs, right? We just want you to leave the binder and the tabs, because then we restuff it at the next meeting, and invariably what happens, I know you'll attest to the fact that this is not you, but you'll take your binder home, and then next time you come, you won't have your binder. And then, so all of this information is also up on the web, so it's available in that format. One thing I want to say about the paper that you got, that we spent very little time talking about it, but I do want to respond to something Lori said about the charge of the group. You've got a very detailed, very well cited and researched analysis of barriers to students in terms of their academic achievement when they're navigating poverty. It's categorized by the way the literature looks at it, and as I said, meticulously cited. There's more references here than you can shake a stick at, and I really recommend that you dive into some of those. We'll continue to add to it, especially based on a lot of what's come up today in terms of our research base. We envision our final report to the legislature containing that first part about barriers, and then some of what's come up today, and then some of what's going to come up at the end of the month as a frame for whatever recommendations we have. Are there any other questions or comments for the good of the order? You guys have hung in and given a ton of energy and a lot of great thinking for a lot of hours, and I know Lindsay appreciates that. I appreciate that. I think everybody in the room here really appreciates what we've done. Brian had a comment, and then Rep. Wisnos will let you have the final word.
Yeah, we talked a lot about today about adequate funding levels and the number of comments that seem to say that until funding is higher and sufficient, that redistribution really should not be on the table. And I fundamentally disagree with that point. And here's how I'm going to try to make that point. You know, every school district in the state doesn't have enough money. And based on, you know, the quality ed model and some other information, I would argue that districts probably need 20 to 25% more funding than they currently have per student. But if our funding formula isn't, if the weights aren't correct, if, for example, the poverty weight is too low to actually get enough money to high poverty districts that they need, high poverty districts may be 35% underfunded, where low poverty districts may be 15% underfunded. And for us to say that's okay until we have full funding, I think is not a position that's very defensible. That's why reviewing the weights is important, even if we don't have enough funding, because the relative funding across districts is what our formula is all about. Our formula is not about the total level of funding. That's up to the legislature and, frankly, to the taxpayers of this state. But the relative levels of funding across districts is what the formula is about. And if the formula isn't doing its job, then we're shortchanging, even though we're shortchanging all districts and all kids, we're shortchanging some of them a lot worse than others. And if those are students in poverty, then we have a really big problem. Those are the kids who need most of our, they need our help the most. And if we're not willing to dig into this question in a really serious way, then we're not going to help them the way we need to.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Yes.
Can you state specifically the recommendation from the school funding task force, because they have dug into this question?
The recommendation from the school funding task force was that this committee would be formed to address that issue of the weighting.
The sufficiency.
Correct.
Around poverty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We will be back. It is clearly one of the top, we're going to be discussing this again in less than a month. Yeah, Heidi.
And just to add on to Brian's point, the one thing I want to make sure I clarify is when I throw out one idea, I know that the amount that I was saying would be the increase would not really be the increase without an increase in the state school fund. So I was just giving those examples as examples. But truly, if we do a run off of that data, it wouldn't be that there would be this huge change in dollars, but what it would be is what Brian's reflecting, possibly a way to reallocate the funds that are existing to the kids that need it most. So I just want to make sure I didn't say we have to think we're going to get millions of dollars. That's not real. I know that.
Well, and the reality is,
Maybe.
if Portland and Salem Kaiser if our poverty rates are high,
Correct.
all it does is really suck proportionally money out of it from other districts, and
Correct.
it's a tricky balance.
Because ours is the highest
Yeah.
allocation right now.
Right.
Representative Wisnick.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate all the inputs. I think it was a great conversation. It's definitely a topic that affects Oregon. It affects our education system, our social system. I do appreciate everything, your time and all your inputs. I hope and I endorse what Brian said. I think we're on the steps, and I think we can get a product out of this group. Give you a little homework. I've been advocating this for a couple of months, 3 months. This weekend, spend $1.50 and get the movie McFarland USA, which addresses the learning about the Latino community and about poverty and how the school system changed to help these students succeed. It's based upon a true story about field workers in Central California, and I cry at movies and parades, but I think it's worth looking at because it does address poverty and things like that. So some lessons learned. Again, I think we also have to. This is we had a good work group. We did good things. It's really a terrible day for Oregon to have another mass killing, and let's pray to God that this stuff stops and for those families. It's really sad.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back in touch very soon with an invite.